Meeting called to order at March 11, 2020 at 7 p.m. We'll go ahead and move into roll call. Senator Advet. Olicard. Bender. Blair. Khan. Colbertson. Dodlinger. Fritz. Green. Gonzalez. Hanyang. Heasley. Johnson. Class. Klein. Klein. Lipford. Ludwig. Mass. Meredith. Mitchell. Origer. Rice. Rinchi. Rolling. Samanu. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Samuel. Tonette. Zastro. Rinchi. Go ahead and move into Pledge of Allegiance led by Madam Speaker. Well, go ahead and move into programs for tonight. We do have Dr. Clark Hoffman from the Center of Excellence in Learning and Teaching.
So I was asked to come and tell you about CELT, which is our Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching. I was in an 11 o'clock meeting this morning where we were talking about this whole transition to what's happening, this whole online thing that we're going to all be experiencing. And so I've completely reworked what I was going to tell you, trying to bring news you can use to the fore. If I can have the next slide. So this is just a little about me. I am an associate professor in genetics and cell development and cell biology. If any of you took Biology 212 in the past, you may have had me. Now I'm also a faculty fellow in CELT, where I work with graduate students and postdocs on their professional development. So that's normally what I'm doing, is working those two types of positions. So CELT's mission, as stated, is partnering with educators to advance student-centered learning at Iowa State University. So normally what we're doing is working behind the scenes, okay? We do a lot of instructor training. We have course design specialists. We have workshops on best practices, workshops on inclusion in the classroom, all sorts of things that you don't normally see, but trust me, a lot of the faculty members have been through this kind of training, and the goal is to improve instruction here at Iowa State. Also behind the scenes, Canvas and Top Hat support and the expertise, the local expertise that goes with those two bits of software. Okay, so that's normally what's going on. Right now, we are in COVID-19 operations, okay, as of about, a week and a half ago, and then officially as of yesterday afternoon. And so, again, there's an instructor support component, so transitioning to the online modes, I'll talk just briefly about that. And then there's also some student support issues, and those are resources that you can connect to through the CELT website. And if you need to get in touch with CELT for those sorts of things, there's also links that will be helpful there too. So next slide. This is the university emergency operating procedures, okay? So actually, the police and the university structure, that very top square up there says leadership team. That's President Winterstein, Provost Wickert. And then if you click it one more time, there's a little box there, and that is the academic continuity, okay? If we pull this off, you'll actually be able to finish the things that you want to do this semester, whether or not you're in a large classroom again, okay? So the Academic Continuity Task Force, and there's a whole series of us that are in working groups. CELT is represented at all of those levels, and so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this academic continuity piece now. So as an instructor, which you don't need to directly worry about, but realize I'm showing it to you just so that you can get a sense of this is stuff that you need to know is going on. If it happens seamlessly, it's wonderful. If it doesn't, then recognize that also that's an issue. So next advance, there's a little thing there where if I click on that, I'll see the next slide. You can click on it too, but it doesn't really matter for you. You'll see the guidance is get your course on Canvas. Most of us have our courses on Canvas. I can't remember the figure. It's like 70, 80%. If you are taking a class that does not have a pre-existing Canvas page, watch for it. Because Canvas is going to do the heavy lifting here. Okay? Step 2 is communicate. And I don't know if anybody can see what that first line is, but it's something to the effect of make sure that your students are aware of what's going on, basically. And then step 3 is figure out how you're going to make this work, essentially. Okay? Determine delivery methods. Back it up one. That was close. I shouldn't have gestured quite so generously. We have 24/7 Canvas support that works for you as well. And then also CELT have something called Open Labs, which is where our course designers are working with faculty. So as I said, Canvas is going to do the heavy lifting here, and there are nooks and crannies in Canvas that I don't know, and I think you're going to discover some of them too on the student side, okay? And so feel free to reach out to Canvas support when you get confused, if you go down some dead end and you're not quite sure what's going on. Okay, now next slide. Okay, so now one more click. On the CELT web page, there's course continuity students, all right? If you click on that, you'll go to a page that has this kind of header on it. And then if you click, or if you scroll down, you'll see various subheadings, okay? Training and support. I'm showing you this one just to show you what to be watching for. So, Canvas. Make sure that you are connected well in Canvas. There are extra little links. Let's see here. One of them is Canvas video, right? As an instructor, I've never posted videos on Canvas. You're going to see lots of videos posted on Canvas now, okay? So make sure that you know how to do that. The other video conferencing tools that we will be using one is called Zoom, and the other is called WebEx. If your instructor says, we're going to start meeting at class time using a WebEx format, go here, get the software on your computer, and understand how it works, because that's how you're going to be communicating through a virtual environment, okay? And then the bottom, if you still need assistance, there are links there, and the Solution Center, I've got this on another slide, but the Solution Center is open. So you can still call them as well. Okay, so some things that I learned in my 11 o'clock meeting this morning. First, campus is going to remain open. So if you're like me and you have lousy internet at home, if you're still in Ames, you can come onto campus. The library should be open, classrooms will be open, so you can get internet access, and it's great study space. If wherever you're living is not good study space, feel free to come in and take advantage of that. Okay, the Solution Center is available. Multi-factor authentication, who's heard about that? Okay, how many of you have activated it? Okay, so you're fine, leave well enough alone. Those of you that did not just raise your hand saying that you had activated it, no sweat. Okay, let it ride for a while. We're not going to introduce that complication right now. Also, if you're talking to people and they go, I don't have a laptop available. Your phones will work for a lot of things, but they won't work for everything. So if somebody is saying, what am I going to do? I don't own a laptop. Have them get a hold of a department. So if they're in a major, check there first. Different units on campus. I'm associated with the biology program, and that, odd as it sounds, that does not have a strict departmental association. I know that they have got bookshelves covered in old computers that they can check out to you. All right? The university is gathering old computers. The colleges are as well. So start with your major or your department. Ask there, encourage people to ask there, and then it'll work its way up. But the goal is make sure everybody has what they need. Okay? Housing. If you go to the next, this is a copy out of part of President Winterstein's letter this afternoon. Housing is available. They're not going to encourage it, but if you've already paid for your housing and you want to come back on campus and stay in the dorms or stay in student apartments, just say, you have to let them know by next Wednesday, but they can't keep you out. Okay? At least not at this point. They're not going to try to do that. Okay? Monitor for updates. I mentioned Canvas. I've had students in my class before turn off Canvas notifications. At this point in time, bad idea, okay? Because there's going to be a lot of stuff going through there. This, is the campus open? Are there certain buildings on campus that are closed? That's all going to be communicated centrally, all right? So that's really the content. I think the next slide is just realize that this is an all-campus effort. You've got everybody from President Winterstein all the way down to the undergrads that are trying to figure out how to make this work, okay? Be patient, but everybody has the goal of making this the only way to put it is you're making the best of a bad situation, all right? But yelling at your instructors isn't going to help, right? So, make it constructive. Okay, and then one more slide, one more click, two more clicks actually. Okay, I can't speak for the upper administration, but I can speak for CELT. So if anybody has any questions about some of the things that I talked about, fire away.
Questions for a speaker, Senator Rinchi.
Permission to address the speaker. Yeah, so you mentioned that the 3 video conference systems you want to use are the Canvas Video, Zoom, and WebEx. Are all instructors going to be limited to those 3 for simplicity? Or?
They are not. So the instructors can use whatever they want. Those I mentioned those simply because the university has contracts with those vendors, but there's nothing that's, the ground rules are make it work. And so if I, as an instructor, have my favorite piece of software, as long as I can make it so that everybody in all of my classes can use it, it's fair game.
Thank you. I yield.
Senator Han Young.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thanks for coming tonight. Just a quick specific question that I don't know if you would be able to answer or if you could pass it on to somebody, but I'm a part of the Iowa State Singers, which is a musical group on campus. Obviously, we can't meet during the 2 weeks after spring break, but what plans do you have for those sort of courses that need that in-class, kind of material for
Okay,
music groups, et
I'm
cetera?
gonna deflect that, but
Okay.
you have an advisor for that class, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, go to that person. Because at this point, we don't have any guidance that says we have to forbid it, okay? And so if I want to be creative, I could put you all and keep you 8 feet apart, right? And bring you in. I'd probably get reprimanded for it, but that would be one example, right? Is that you can figure out a workaround, or you meet someplace other than campus.
In the case that there would not be classes for the rest of the semester, would that credit be in full for those students? Would they get full credit for it? Would there be partial credit? How would that work?
Okay, I'm going to have to deflect that one.
Okay.
I know what should happen.
All right, I'll deflect to
wait,
Austin.
yeah,
Yeah.
wait until you see.
So we met with Provost Wicker today, and these are all questions for the provost and the assistant provost. So you can ask those questions to me, and I will carry them on to Provost Wicker, and they will answer those.
All right, thanks for being with me.
Okay,
Yield.
good.
Further Vice Speaker Schrader.
Yeah, I just wanted to add while we're kind of on the topic, so the Cyride route will be break service plus 12-minute Orange 23 service. So we'll start there. If there's enough people riding the bus, we will increase past that point. But that's what it's going to be coming back from spring break.
To you. Further questions? President Graber.
Yes, so first off, thank you for coming and talking about CELT. So you originally were going to talk about the inclusive training programs that all the faculty and staff are going through. That just shows how much CELT is doing and the fact that they're working with the coronavirus and Canvas in that area, but also putting on the training. So if you want to speak really shortly about that.
Okay,
anything on
so
that.
so again, that's stuff that is the inclusive classroom training. As far as the instructors go, every faculty member that is in contact with students has to undergo inclusive classroom training. And so we are now about 70% of the way through the faculty. Now, the piece that I forgot to mention is there's going to be an online component for students on diversity and inclusion. You will see that, and that is also being channeled through, part of it's through CELT, a lot of it is actually coming through the president and the provost. So.
Deal. Senator Johnson.
I work for a department that is doing a lot to get teachers online, but I've also heard other comments around campus about professors who maybe are more Luddite than others who may just be canceling classes. Is there anything that students can do to work with that?
Okay, that is not an acceptable action on the part of the faculty, okay? Go to a department chair if it needs to. Provost Wickert will be all over that, and President Winterstein will be all over that, okay? Gonna leave that to you, right? Because that saying I'm gonna cancel my class is the wrong answer for a faculty member, all right? So if you see that, you owe it to everybody at this university to make some noise. And you won't have to say it too long, because I guarantee you it's going to come down really heavy from the top.
All right, will do. Any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Kaufman.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone from the Professional and Scientific Council present? All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into open forum. Open forum is an open discussion for issues relevant to students. Anyone wishing to speak can approach the lectern. Seeing none, we'll move down to adopting tonight's agenda. Are there any changes or additions to tonight's agenda? Senator Class.
You're right. I move to add the Student Activity Center line item transfer to new business directly after 2019-3-033F. The funding student locker is just right after that. I don't have a number for that. 3, 5? 3 for 5. I think it's SAC line item transfer. Or SAC lit.
There's been a motion to add 2019-3-35F SEC line item transfer to right below the 33F funding student office space lockers. Is there a second? Second. There's been a second. Are there any objections to adding that bill to tonight's agenda? Seeing none, the bill has been added. Senator Class.
And then I move to postpone indefinitely 2019-3-034F, funding African Student Association, reasoning this falls in the 2 weeks that clubs can't meet. So,
There's been a motion to postpone 2019-3-34F funding African Students Association indefinitely, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the bill has been postponed indefinitely. Senator Glass.
I yield.
Senator Stanley. Under, did you say under 29Y? 27Y.
That would be procedures for meeting in extenuating circumstances or under a state of emergency.
There's been a motion to add 2019-3-38Y procedures dash dot 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 to right under 27Y. Is there a second? There's been a second. Are there any objections to adding that bill? Seeing none, the bill has been added. Senator Stanley. Senator Rowling.
I move to table postpone indefinitely, 2019-3-30Y, improving election commission approval process.
There's been a motion to postpone 2019-3-30Y, improving election commission approval process indefinitely. And there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the bill has been postponed indefinitely. Senator Rowling.
I yield.
There's been a motion to move to adopt tonight's agenda, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved. Moving on to approval of minutes. Are there any changes to last week's meeting minutes? There's been a motion to move to approve last week's meeting minutes. And there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the last week's meeting minutes stands approved. Moving on to committee reports, I would suggest to keep them brief. So, starting off with rules with Madam Speaker.
Hello, hello. Okay, so we sent all of our Supreme Court justices to all of you favorably, and we also sent 2019-3-21Y, eliminating the ISU ambassadors account, favorably. So that's all. Oh, and then I said I would talk about this procedure. Okay, so really quick, here is some of the stuff that's going to happen tonight. So all of new business is obviously on first read, but we want to get it to second read because we're going to try to vote on as many of these as we can tonight. So right before we get to new business, I'm going to waive 2 bylaws, and those are the bylaws that require us to send 2 bylaw sections. Sorry, 2 bylaw sections that require me to submit bills to committees basically. So it's just making it so these bills don't have to go to committees, and then we'll also move to waive second read on all new business so that we can vote on everything, making it easier. So, yeah, that's it.
Questions for Madam Speaker? Seeing none, we move down to Finance Committee with Finance Director Mueller.
Hello, I'm really happy to be here. I'm not going to explain everything. I'll just talk about things as we go through each bill. There are a couple weird motions that we'll make during the annual allocations bills, but those parties know what they're going to say, so hopefully we can get through that pretty easily. Let me know if you have any questions about any of the annual allocations or contract stuff, because these are new. These aren't just regular funding bills, so please let me know if you have any questions as to how or why we do things.
Questions for Finance Director Mueller. Senator Zastro.
My placard was up asking for Speaker Culbertson. Could I ask her a question?
Go ahead.
So are we not going to be having a meeting tomorrow night then?
If we get through everything tonight, no. But if we do not get through everything, we will be having a meeting tomorrow night.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yep.
I yield.
Questions for Finance Director Mueller. Seeing none, we move down to Students Initiatives Committee with Senator Rowling.
Hi, all of the Senate resolutions that came to our committee were sent favorably back to Senate. I yield, unless there are further questions.
Questions for Senator Rowling. Seeing none, we move down to PR Committee with Senator Han-Young.
PR met yesterday. We brainstormed our end of the year idea for insomnia cookies and lawn games outside of parks. We also continue to post stuff about Grammarly as that's coming out, and students are asking questions about that. Finally, we have an end of the year nominations for initiatives. I put that up in the MIS. Director of Outreach Schwartz will probably send an email within the next week. It's just kind of detailing what you're proud of from this last session for student government, and so that PR can make posts about that and celebrate the achievements this year. Also, since Senator Meredith is not here tonight, I need one person for the recap, so hit me up afterwards.
I can do it. Questions for Senator Han Young? Seeing none, we move on to Diversity and Inclusion Committee with Senator Klein.
We did not have a meeting this week, so I'm also sure most people notice this week was supposed to be Heroes Week, but we ended up postponing it until April, and now it's kind of hanging in the balance because of the announcement. So I'll post more information when I have more information about that.
Questions for Senator Klein? Seeing none, we moved on to Civic Engagement Committee with our beautiful Senator Tonat.
Nothing to report.
Questions? That was brief. Questions for Senator Tonat? Seeing none, we moved on to comments from the executive branch with President Graber.
Hello, everyone. I will also keep this brief. Obviously, the biggest topic is coronavirus. So Vice President Bhatia and I have been meeting with President Winterstein and Provost Wickert and Assistant Provost Anne-Marie Vander Zanden to just kind of continually update the students on what's happening. What our meeting was yesterday compared to today is drastically different, but they're continuing to keep us updated, and they do have a plan on what's going on. So we will do our best to inform you all on those updates and just to make sure that everyone's on the right page. Again, there's a lot of questions that haven't been answered yet or that need to be answered, so if you want to ask us, we can bring those up to them and they will respond accordingly. Also on that topic, all student government events are going to be postponed or / canceled until further notice. So this does include the inauguration, Sign Night, and then Heroes Week is postponed-ish. Like, it's in the air, and all other events. So just for some clarification on that. And then in student orgs, on student orgs in general, we met with Provost Wickert and asked him if like student orgs can still meet or what that looks like. And he recommended not, but he's not going to say that you can't meet. And so he just asked that if it's essential, how many people are going to be in the meeting, why you're meeting, just to ask those questions before you are meeting. If it's a one-on-one meeting for a student org, you can do that. But if it's like a big meeting like Senate, he would recommend not doing that. And then we've also started the Dean of Students search, and so our interviews will be coming up shortly. If you have any input on what you would like to see in our next Dean of Students, because Dr. Hurt left, please again continue to ask me those questions, and I will relay those on. And then our Supreme Court nominees on the back wall over there got approved by Rules Committee, so I'm really excited to see them. Oh, and yeah, right there. And they will be coming up for the bill later, so I'm just really proud of them, hearing them in the interviews and their responses tonight, so look forward to a great court. And then lastly, the mental health video Raya and I have been working on with Dr. Chris Haynes over there. We're really excited to show you all it when we get our final actor to be our participant. So we're really excited for that. That's all I got.
Questions for President Graber? Seeing none, we moved on to,
Move to add Senator Gonzalez to the roll.
would you want to add Senator Bender as well?
I messed up last, they need to do it individually.
Oh. There's been a motion to add Senator Gonzalez to the roll call. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, Senator Gonzalez has been added.
Move to add Senator Bender to the roll.
There's been a motion to add Senator Bender to the roll. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, Senator Bender has been added. Vice Speaker Schroeder, to you. Moving down to external matters. Since we don't have any bills with external matters, we move down to internal matters. Special Orders 2019-3-33 SP, thanking Iowa State University professors for the use of open educational resources, OERs, with Senator Stanley.
Hello, this is our bill recognizing the professors and instructors who use OERs. I'll turn it over to Senior Director Moody to tell us a little more.
Thank you, Senator Stanley. Yeah, so this, like I talked about previously when we were voted on funding the actual physical awards we'll be handing out, it's just appreciating all the hard work that professors and some graduate students have put into trying to make course materials more affordable for students. They were all invited. Unfortunately, not any of them could come, but we will be sending it out to them, and then I will probably be like running around campus if I can and hand delivering the awards. So yeah, that's it.
Further discussion. There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, And there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. There's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the bill by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the bill stands approved. Moving down to 2019-3-37SC, confirming Supreme Court justices with Speaker Culbertson.
Okay, so we have all of our lovely nominees here. If you all want to approach the lectern, the first thing I'm going to do is move to fill in all of their names into the empty slots here on our bill. We have Aubrey Matthews, Olivia Christensen, Noah Heasley, Alex Cecil, Marcos Ferreira, and Andrew Brick.
There's been a motion to amend and add the following names to the blanks. Is there a second? There's been a second. We move into discussion. There's been a call to question on the amendment. There's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. And there's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any? Oh my God, I was totally blacked out. Sorry. Are there any Sorry. Where was I? Are there any objections? Thank you. In approving the primary amendment by the way of unanimous consent. Seeing none, the amendment stands approved. Speaker Culbertson.
Okay, so like I said, rules sent these guys favorably. We talked to them for about 45 minutes, and they all gave great answers. But if you all kind of want to come up and, again, introduce yourselves, give us like your name, your year, your major, and kind of what made you want to get into the court.
So my name's Olivia Christensen. I'm a sophomore, and I'm majoring in business management and political science. And I just wanted to get involved in student government, and I saw the email that came in for this position, and I thought it seemed like a really cool opportunity, especially because there's so much that we can do right now since the judicial branch hasn't really met in a long time. So I think just being part of like creating that branch is a really cool opportunity.
Good evening. My name is Marcos Ferreira. The reason I want to get involved, I'm a freshman. My major is criminal justice. I want to get involved because I enjoy volunteering for the betterment of the campus. I also volunteer at the Veterans Center as a peer mentor for their scholarship program. So I like to give back to students and help benefit the campus as much as I can. I also have a lot of free time, so that I might as well dedicate to something useful.
Hello, my name is Alex Cecil. I'm a freshman in mechanical engineering and agronomy. I honestly applied for this because it popped into my inbox and I want to be more involved on campus. I'm already a treasurer of my hall and president of my house, but I can always do more. And I have the time to do it, and it looks really interesting, so I applied, and that's why I want to be a part of it.
Hi, my name is Aubrey Matthews. I'm a junior in environmental science and environmental studies. I want to be a part of this because I am a student leader for IRHA, and I'd love to continue my student leadership. I want to be a lawyer, so participating in the law is something that I want to get experience in before showing up to law school.
My name is Andrew Brick. I am a freshman studying political science, and I applied for the Supreme Court because I believe in the importance of a strong judicial branch, and I also want to be a lawyer, so again, hopefully be a judge later on in the big courts, the big boy courts, as they would say, and hopefully, you know, this would be a good experience toward getting toward that kind of goal. Thank you.
I would hope most of you know me by now, but I'm Noah Heasley. I'm a junior in computer science, and I decided to join the court because, I've had fun here on Senate, but I feel like it's time to move on, and gaming justice sounds a little better than gaming senator, so.
Question, Vice Speaker Schrader.
I liked the answer you all gave about your experience or what you feel prepares you for being on the Student Government Supreme Court. So if you guys could give that answer again to inform the Fuller Senate, I think that would be great.
Hey, it's me again. So as stated 5 seconds ago, I'm a senator and have been for the last 2 years, so I've dealt with the bylaws and the Constitution for countless weeks at a time and dealing with difficult situations that we have arise during our meetings here. So I feel like that gives me plenty of qualifications to be on the court.
Well, as I previously stated to the Rules Committee, I am on the Story County Democratic Party's Platform Committee for the 2020 election. And as part of that, we are drafting what the party stands for. And as a big part of that is the wording and exact ideas that are meant to be put forward by this party. Give me a lot of experience with, finding that correct wording and understanding the meaning of words so that they actually include all the people that are intending to be included within the party. Thank you.
Like I said earlier, I'm a student leader for IRHA. I'm the director of communications, so I have some experience in student leadership, and I would like to continue that in this way. I feel like IRHA has given me a great amount of experience in dealing with constitution and bylaws and passing bills. It's just in a different context with residence halls.
As I said before, I'm treasurer of my hall, which is Helzer Hall, and I'm president of my house in that hall. And that's not a common occurrence. Most of the time, the director of the hall wants separate people in those roles because you can't make the same decision for each role. And I have worked very hard this year to kind of decide what I'm actually making a decision for, whether it's for my house or for the whole hall. And that's been difficult, but definitely given me the experience that I would need to remain more unbiased than I feel I would have a year ago.
So all of my experience that I derive is from the military. I'm a non-commissioned officer, and part of that job that goes into that is interpreting and disseminating and enforcing rules, standards, regulations that are set forth by the Department of the Army and the Department of Defense. So this job works in very much the same capacity when it comes to reading the bylaws, the Constitution, and then making rules and judgments based off those and the situation itself.
So like Aubrey, I'm a representative in IRHA. I'm an at-large representative, and that experience has given me the opportunity to look at bills, assess them, try and see if they follow like the bylaws, the Constitution, and how the laws that are brought to us uphold the positions and the principles of IRHA. And I think that'll really transfer well moving forward in the Supreme Court, because a lot of what we'll be doing is assessing bills and seeing if they are constitutional or not.
Further questions? Senator Hanio.
Thanks for coming tonight. Just really briefly, what's one goal that you have for this next year in the first year of the Supreme Court actually being organized?
So one goal that I have for the Supreme Court, I feel like what was probably a problem in the past, which is why we kind of fell out of having a Supreme Court, is the lack of perhaps commitment between former members and just not really meshing with the rest of the two bodies. So something that I would like to see happen is at least once a month, like similar to cabinet, have all the justices attend at least one Senate meeting so that they can see what's going on within Senate and just still be able to see the experience of seeing everything that we do as senators. And then I would also like to see office hours. That way you can interact more with the justices from the different branches. That way we can create a more like, the more familial bonds that we have with each other already.
I think the most important goal for the Supreme Court for this first year will be really finding its, where we kind of fit in. I believe it's been 3 years since this court has met, and in that time, it's its role. It's not quite clear where we're going to fit in, and I believe that the most important thing for this court to do is to find its way to fit in. And there may be some mistakes and issues along the way, but I think that That's the primary goal, is to find out where we're maybe doing something a little bit wrong and not fitting in, and find out where we're maybe not attempting or trying to fit in well enough, and to figure those out and fix those so that this can be an institution that doesn't end up not meeting for 3 years again.
I agree with my two fellow nominees. I think something that we talked about with the Rules Committee is setting a precedence and having that, that what we do here next year stay and not just go away for 3 years again, and have an actual place for our judicial branch, and to create that equilibrium and have it stay and be functional.
My goal would be to reestablish the court in a way that's a continuation after just 1 year, to really make it more of a impactful source, and where people actually take note of it a little bit more, so it doesn't just dissolve eventually, and just to kind of make sure that it's not going to fade away.
One goal I have for the Supreme Court is to find a rhythm, and to find out how to do our job, how to do it well, and how to hold ourselves and the other branches accountable.
Yeah, I think a big goal for us is going to be, what are we separate from what the Senate is here? How do we establish ourselves as something autonomous and independent, but still a part of student government, obviously, but what's our role compared to what your role is, and just making sure we make that clear and we have a purpose. We're not just here because, oh, America has 3 branches of government, so I guess student government should have one too. We need to actually have a purpose, and I really hope we establish that moving forward.
Awesome. Well, I think those are great ideas. There's a wide variety of perspectives from all this, so if there are no other, well, never mind. Yield.
To yield. Senator Zastro.
So a lot of what student government deals with in Senate meetings specifically is funding clubs. Earlier in this year, we've had a few instances where we said we'd really love to fund this club, but this specific bylaw doesn't allow us to, or but we need to waive second read and we can't do that for this or that reason. Do you believe that the rules that student government sets in place are more important than ultimately serving students and funding them how we need to, or serving them how we need to?
So this is something that kind of also got brought up while we were talking with rules, and it's somewhat situational, and I'm sure they'll all have different answers as well. To me, it would depend on what the rule is, or like what the bylaw is that is restricting us to be able to pay for something. Like whenever we had the issue with the Kuwaiti Student Association, I didn't necessarily agree with Speaker Culbertson's ruling at the time, and so I wanted to go against it, but whatever, still worked out and it passed, and now we just need to move forward in trying to make sure we don't fall into those situations again, and what we can do to better that. So like, I wouldn't want to now go and get rid of that bylaw, or I guess we could potentially go and make it sound better, so then we don't have to have a case where the chair would rule in a different situation. But I feel like TLDR, it just matters if the rule is good and it's been able to be applied fairly and equally to many other clubs, that we follow what we've already established and the precedent that's been set by Senate already.
This is a really good question. I think it's important to consider the issues and the kind of disconnect between the rules that are on the books and the duty of the student government to its students. But I do believe that in our capacity as a Supreme Court, it's not necessarily within our duties to decide whether this bylaw or any given rule of the student government is preventing that duty. That is a duty of the Senate. That would be if there is a bylaw that is restricting the Senate from doing their job, then the Senate needs to go through the proper procedures to make their job, easier to do. And it's our job to make sure that the Senate is doing that in the proper method, in the proper way, in the proper methodology, not just doing something because it is convenient. And that is where I believe our role as the court will fall, not necessarily to make the job harder or easier, but to make sure it is being done correctly.
I definitely think it comes case by case basis, but our own judicial branch and our government reads between the lines of the Constitution that our founding fathers wrote hundreds of years ago. And I think I said this with rules, is that our Constitution was written hundreds of years ago, and obviously not everything can apply today. And even though our student government Constitution is more modern and more applicable to issues we deal with on a day-to-day basis, it doesn't always mean it covers everything. Words are just words. Situations occur that aren't covered in the bylaws and the Constitution. And I think part of the judicial branch is reading between the lines of the Constitution and understanding what maybe our founders meant and what the situation was when they created that and why and how it applies to the current situation. I think that seeing each situation with new eyes and understanding the Constitution and where it came from and what it's meant to be is very important, but hearing the oral argument is just as important to me.
So any bylaw or rule would be open to interpretation, and that would be our job to decide what the, acceptable interpretation would be. So while not everyone will see it exactly the same way, it'd be up to the Supreme Court to decide what should be the ruling in that case and how it should be read. And if it needs to be changed, we could also do that, but it wouldn't be our position to either ignore it or change it. It would be a recommendation on our part of what should happen.
In an attempt to not beat a dead horse, I'm going to agree with everything they said. Situation dictates.
He's not wrong about that. I definitely think we should look at what does the rule say, what was the intent behind the rule, but then from there, look at the situation, what's going on now, what are people saying, are people upset by this rule? Is it making it hard for us to do our job? There's just a lot of important questions to ask when we're going through this because we're here to serve the students, and I think we need to consider that when we're passing the laws or enforcing or looking at the laws from a critical standpoint.
Thank you all. You all had really good answers. I appreciate the diversity of opinions that are that are presumptively on the court. Seeing no other placards, I will call the question.
There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. There's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the nominees by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, congratulations. Now, hold on there. I think so. It's President Graber is gonna swear you all in.
Right. Raise your right hands and repeat after me. I solemnly swear or affirm.
I solemnly swear or affirm.
To execute the duties of my position.
To execute the duties of my position.
As prescribed in the Constitution.
As prescribed in the Constitution.
And laws of the government.
And laws of the government.
For the benefit of all students.
For the benefit of all students.
Congrats.
Moving on.
I move to strike Associate Justice Heasley from the roll.
There's been a motion to strike Associate Justice Heasley from the roll. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, bye-bye. No. Yes, he can. Moving on to General Orders 2019-3-23 SA subcontract with Senator Class.
If sub, you want to go to the, thank you. Yeah, we saw this last week. What to say about this? Give you some context. They were going to try to, or I could, whatever. They were going to try to do this soon and then have a spring event, they decided to forego that, and this is for next year. But I'm going to yield a little bit of time to Finance Director Mueller.
Yeah, so like Senator Klass said, they did come to student government asking if we could do a funding contract starting right away so they could start on a spring concert. We had a long conversation and we thought that it would be beneficial to forego this spring concert. Sub has been working really hard to rebuild themselves after their advisor left, so they've kind of been without an advisor for a little while. So they are trying to get back in the swing of things, so we decided that it would be best to forego a spring concert and just have them have this contract start in the fall so they can really focus on fall and spring. So it's not that Sub has not done anything this spring. They wanted to. We asked them not to, and they agreed to just not try to throw one together with student money and to save it for next year. So I will let them talk a little bit about what they are doing, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Drew Gears. I am the president of the Student Union Board. This is Alyssa Rodriguez, our VP of Administration, and over there is Kat Bergman, our National Events Director. So Student Union Board is the programming board here on campus. We bring numerous events throughout the academic year that are recreational, social, educational, multicultural, and entertainment based. Throughout the academic year, we actually end up bringing over 300 events to the students of Iowa State University. Today we're here, as was mentioned, to discuss negotiating a contract between student government and the Student Union Board that was previously active, and we're here to ask that that contract become active once again. Previously, the money from that contract was used to help us put on our kickoff concert in August, our Cal's Country concert that we've done in the past in October, Winterfest towards the end of the first semester of the academic year, and then our spring concert in April. Again, as mentioned, we have decided to forego the spring concert for this semester. We did have some advisor turnover about this time last year that kind of led the Student Union Board into a couple of rough semesters, but we're just now sort of coming out of that, and we have some very exciting plans to begin restructuring and rebranding our organization, and conversations involving that actually began last night where we started to really sit down and hash out our core values. And what's most important about those conversations, too, is that the wants and needs of the students are always at the center of our discussions. So with this additional funding, we would look to put on that kickoff concert in August, as well as get maybe back in that Cal's Country game, look into Winterfest again, hopefully get some very quality entertainment for that event, and potentially even make that cheaper for students. And then, of course, we'll be looking to continue on with our spring concert. For me, my first concert I went to for Sub was DNCE back in the spring of 2017. And I remember having such a great time at that concert that I was really wanting to get involved with that organization. So that's what kind of roped me in. And I quickly learned that there were a lot of opportunities for me to grow within, and a lot of opportunities for us within to provide amazing opportunities for the students of Iowa State to go out and actively enhance their student experience. So we truly believe that by putting on the events we do, we are enhancing the student experience here at Iowa State, and especially at a time like this where enrollment's declining everywhere, we think it's more important now than ever for universities around the nation to begin to diversify themselves. And I can tell you right now, without a doubt, that we are one of the stronger programming boards in the nation, which is something we're very proud of. We do believe that the events that we provide will enhance that student experience and hopefully make Iowa State more marketable to incoming students. So with that, we'd just like to say we're extremely grateful, as always, for the funding that we do get from student government. And at this time, we'd like to open it up to questions.
Senator Klass.
Yeah, so could you just talk about, money you receive from other sources like the MU or the Senior Vice President of Student Activity, or Student, I don't know what it's called. Affairs. Yeah, Affairs.
Sure, yeah, so we do receive funding from the Memorial Union that's allocated to the Student Union Board. That funding is used to fund very necessary components to our program that can't and won't be funded by the money that we get from student government. So some of those numbers that you were seeing, particularly the The 30,000 or so that is allocated to us, we use for stuff like performance travel cost. We also, for their lodging and for the food and hospitality, of course. So a lot of that money gets used for things, as I said, that we can't use the student government money for.
Yeah, I'll yield.
Senator Ludwig.
Thanks for coming in tonight. I just have a few brief questions. Could you go into a little bit of detail about like why you need a contract or what benefits it might bring you rather than, say, coming to student government yearly for like a funding request on that timeline?
Yeah, I'd say with this specific, we set this money aside specifically for our bigger concerts that we're able to put on, that we think are definitely really important to the programming experience that we provide. So the money that we use for our annual allocation is really spread out to hit a very diverse demographic of student interest. So this money specifically is set aside for these bigger events, which are also kind of, that kickoff concert will be a different genre than the spring concert. Cal's country is obviously country, so we're always looking to hit different demographics. But the money we get from the annual allocation is used towards some of our smaller events, partially, comedy events that we do, multicultural awareness things. So yeah, we use them for very different things there.
Okay, awesome. And then my other question is, you mentioned that there had been some kind of instability in the past and problems with like the spring concert and whatnot. And I understand that you guys have an advisor now and that there's been some leadership changes. Could you talk a little bit about your plan for the future and your plan for like using this money for whatever concerts you may be funding, I guess, or putting on?
Yeah, definitely. As I mentioned a little bit there, is that we are looking into restructuring and rebranding. So it's actually a really exciting time for us. And, unfortunately, we had to forego our spring concert this semester. But myself and my executive members have begun to kind of see that as a blessing in disguise in a lot of different ways for us. This gives us more time to kind of hone into what we want our programming board to look like in the future. Especially, bringing different events for the students that they would really enjoy, maybe even looking into getting more input from students potentially in the future as to what it is that we bring. We do currently have a contact form on our website as a stipulation of this contract where students can kind of send artist recommendations to us, of which we'll always consider. But the future is looking really, really promising for us, and we definitely are very optimistic about the direction we're going in. And now that we're not going to have this spring concert, and it's definitely unfortunate too, these next few weeks after spring break that we'll be moving online, but that gives some of us some more time to potentially reflect on what that restructuring and rebranding is going to look like, and so how we want to launch into that in fall 2020.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm really excited to see where Sub goes in the next couple of years. It sounds like you guys have a lot of awesome plans. So yeah, I yield.
Vice Speaker Strader.
So I know this contract is $25,000 less than the previous contract. I know the sub-annuals budget was cut pretty heavily. What are you guys downsizing? What are you cutting? What are you able to keep? And can you kind of give me a picture of that?
So with that 25,000, that's kind of that we've been reduced from this contract here. That specifically here is used for that venue cost, which will most likely be enhanced. We're not looking to do outdoor concerts for the future, the near future at least, or into Hilton. Most of those concerts, especially in the spring, will be taking place in Hanson. With the other cuts in the annual contract, we were very understanding of, we know it's a difficult time of year for everyone and that we are one of the larger budgets here. So we're definitely understanding of that. We're going to be looking to, Alyssa will be spearheading this a little bit, definitely looking into really narrowing in our focus on how we're going to be spending that money, especially now, looking at potentially carryover requests and such, and those kind of functions. So we're looking at that money, especially in the advertising section, and really trying to narrow it down to our most essential needs.
Okay, hi, I know I haven't been talking, but basically, so something that myself, Drew, and everybody else in Sub have been kind of discussing is looking more so at financial projections so that we're more prepared for anything else that comes along. So just kind of making sure that we're being more responsible with that money. Financial projections is definitely something that we're narrowing in on because we want to make sure we know what we're using it for, and we want to be as transparent as possible, and like we want you guys to know what we're using it for. So
Or do you have anything to add? Sorry. Or, no. Okay. I think that that's a great answer, and I think that shows a willingness to kind of reevaluate. I know you've already said that, of looking at downsizing as enrollment's going down. We just have less money to give out. So I really appreciate you and understanding and looking sub towards the future, and I think that kind of attitude is what we need if we're trying to get into a long-term contract. So with that, I will call to question.
There's been a call to question on the subcontract, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Adet. Yes. Alucard. Yes. Bender. Yes. Khan. Yes. Klobuchar. Yes. Dodlinger. Yes. Green. Yes. Gonzalez. Yes. Han Young. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Class. Yes. Klein. Yes. Klein. Yes. Lipford. Yes. Ludwig. Yes. Mass. Yes. Origer. Yes. Rice. Yes. Rinchi. Rolling. Yes. Schrader. Yes. Searles. Yes. Stanley. Yes. Toinette. Yes. Zastro. Yes.
Point of information, is Senator Blair on the roll?
Yep, I called Blair. You didn't? Senator Blair. I'm sorry. Did I miss anyone else? With a vote of 26-0, this contract passes. Moving on to 2019-3-30F, annual allocation recommendations for fiscal year 2021 with Whiteford.
I believe that there was only 2 budgets that we're going to look at tonight, one including student government, the other being After Dark. So I guess I'll start off by pulling After Dark's budget. Move to
Use the correct motion, please.
Move to divide the question on After Dark's FY21 budget request.
There's been a motion to divide the question on the, is it the After Dark budget, right? And there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. There's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the motion by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion stands approved. Senator Vice Chair Lipford, you still have the floor.
I'll yield my time to the speaker. Or yield my time to the finance director.
Okay, so when we just so you know, dividing the question, so we're voting on all of the budgets as a whole. So if you divide the question, that just means we're going to take that one out. So After Darks, we're looking at it. We can edit the budget here since it's divided out, but if you want to edit any of the other budgets, they have to be pulled out of the whole packet, just so you're aware. You can all view this online as well. If you go to the student government funding page, the funding website, you can look at this on your own laptop too.
Vice Speaker Schrader.
So Madison is correct. We can make amendments. This is referring to Finance Committee. We will vote yes or no on this budget as a whole. If it fails, we will recess. Finance Committee will convene and try and amend the budget into something that can pass through Senate, and we will do that as many times until the After Dark budget passes Senate.
I think we can only do it twice, and then we have to,
Yeah, so
Finance Committee can,
I think we'll figure
you
it
can
out. Be
overrule
specific.
us.
Yeah, be specific if you have problems. Thank you. I will yield.
Senator Class. Senator Class.
I yield the speaker. I don't know if you want to speak for a little bit and while we figure something out.
Yeah, sure. So, hi, y'all. I'm Katie Haygood. I am the advisor to After Dark. I work in Student Activity Center. I also advise a few other programs like Student Union Board, Winterfest, and Dance Marathon. So, a lot of large-scale events. So, After Dark is a pretty special program, and our program is actually nationally known. I just came back from a conference, and everybody was asking about it. So I just want to give like a few numbers because I think it's pretty powerful. I was pulling door counts, so the number of people that walked in and out of the buildings. So in 5 events, we had over 13,000 students or people in during After Dark, and that's the general event. Within bingo itself, we had 6,000 people in 5 events. So the numbers are pretty powerful on how active After Dark is. If you're not aware, After Dark is a late night program that specifically focuses on being substance-free and providing free opportunities to students and their guests. Only students can win bingo prizes and all that, but we promoted that they can bring someone with them to keep them in a safe environment and reduces behaviors that are not the wisest, like drinking or drugs, you know. So just kind of in general, our biggest line item is entertainment. That is broken down in a few different ways. So our novelty, so just this past year, we had a Mechanical Bull, Think Fast game show, Create a Critter, The Deal is Right game show, Headphone Disco, and unfortunately we had to cancel After Dark today for April, but that would have been a speed caricature artist, so they do pictures in 60 seconds. It's pretty cool. And all of that is between like $14,000 and $18,000 depending on the time. And then the rest of that budget goes to partnering with Student Union Board on bringing 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. entertainers. So to kind of give perspective, our biggest event, and I'm sure you all remember, is David Dobrik in August. To kind of give perspective, David Dobrik costs $30,000, and that is the highest that we go for entertainment. But Kentucky just had David Dobrik, and they paid $65,000 for him. So the partnership that Student Union Board and After Dark has with different agencies and those agents is very powerful. We tend to get people before their price like skyrockets. So while we are asking for a lot of money, we do promise that money is going quite far with the entertainment that's bringing. And then quickly, I just want to point out that After Dark is a very unique event in the sense that you can be physically active, you can go bowling, you can be creative and learn dance lessons or work on a workspace craft, you can build community. So many CAs bring their floors to bingo and to After Dark. You can learn about different opportunities on campus with co-sponsorship rooms. So After Dark has the opportunity, if you have a student org, you can host an event, so like karaoke, trivia, all of those things. You can promote your event, but also meet students and kind of build a community in that way. So it's pretty unique.
Senator Claus, still have the floor.
So I said this as well, but could you talk about some other funding sources, like either the MU or the
Yep.
Senior Vice President of Student Affairs?
Yeah, so we receive money from the MU. It's actually pretty minimal. It covers my salary and part of my salary and benefits. It is wages for your students, and then a lot of, like, not a lot, but exec clothing comes out of that. So everything that is not approved by student government comes through that, and the MU, that account is the only other funding that we receive.
I yield.
Senator Hanya,
Mr. Speaker.
go ahead.
Thanks for coming in, Katie. After Dark's one of those events that you go to for entertainment or for bringing your prizes. I've been a couple times. It's awesome. Always try to win the crock pot. On bingo and prizes, I know in the annual allocations minutes, there were a lot of talking about funding that in full when there were cuts to entertainment. Anyone from Finance Committee, I'm going to direct this question to you. Could you summarize what you talked about there, just so the rest of the Senate could hear?
Who's you?
Senator Class.
Yeah, so we did have a very lengthy discussion during, so we talked about it once when you guys were there, and we, if you saw in the minutes, we made them partner, yeah, we made them partnered, which makes sense to us, so that, because currently prizes is in part of PNC, which is ineligible, and that applies to sponsored and funding eligible things, so we made them partnered so that they could get the prize money. And then in budget balancing, some people were uncomfortable with doing that, I think, was the point. There was a different organization that came through that gave out trophies, and we said no to them for that, but that was not what we thought was integral to their activity. The bingo prizes seemingly draw a lot of people in. It makes people go, as she just said, there's tons of people that go to their events. So we kind of, since they are partnered, we can give this to them. And so with the uncomfortability that some people had, we went to half as a compromise so that they can still do their events and still have the big draw, but maybe have to be a little more fiscally responsible, if you want to put that in quotes, with the prize money.
Cool. So obviously this is one that I feel like, since there was discussion on, I thought it would be good to have more here. I feel like the bingo and prizes is one of the biggest draws to After Dark. I would say that I would think that student government would want to support this because this is something that all students go to, whether you're a freshman, whether you're in your last year. You can decide to go to certain ones because of who the event is, but that bingo prizes is just a great social event that a lot of people go to even in their last year. So obviously want to hear more discussion. I'll yield for now.
Senator Zastro.
Yeah, so I'm in Finance Committee. I wanted to, ideally I would like to fund bingo at full. Not everybody shared that opinion. If it does need to be restricted, I would like to fund them at least $8,000. The last time that we funded prizes was, I believe, 2018. Is that correct, Senator Class? Well, Senator Class is checking on that. Yeah, Finance Director Mueller.
So we have never funded it until last fiscal year is the first time we funded it at $12,000. They did not use the whole $12,000, but there was also one that was canceled because of the cold. So we think that, I mean, you can ask them, 6,000, maybe cutting it short a little bit for them, but I don't anticipate that they would use the whole 12.
Can I talk?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, yeah, would you like to
I'm
address that?
sorry. I don't know the rules. So I do agree. 12,000 is a lot for us, and I am agreeing that it can be cut down. I would say 8,000 would be ideal. To give a little bit of perspective, we have 7 events because of Winterfest. After Dark is a partner in Winterfest as well. And we average about $850 per event. And that includes quarter prize, halfway prize, and the grand prize. The grand prize is $100, $150. It really just depends on the rest of their prizes. Halfway prize is about $50, and then quarter prizes are $30 to $40-ish. So that's where you get your crock pot, Josh. We also have tiebreaker prizes that are kind of our promotion items, but they're specifically used for bingo. So this year we ordered tumblers that have After Dark on it and phone bank chargers. So then if, like this past After Dark, 4 people got a bingo at once, and then they have to rock, paper, scissors it out or dance it out, they decide. But then, so those who won a bingo don't get anything, they get a promotional prize. So we do go through those quite a bit, and that costs about $2,000 because we get in bulk. So between bingo prizes, which is about $6,000, and the tumblers or chargers, which will be different next year depending on what exec team really wants. Previous years they were blankets and travel bags, is $8,000 roughly.
Yeah, so $8,000 is, I believe, what I proposed in Finance Committee. So to Vice Speaker Schrader, so I would not be making the motion to reduce the budget or to add to the budget, is that correct?
Yeah, you would vote no.
On the budget on this budget as a
On this
whole.
budget, and then finance could meet and amend it.
Okay, so I am just expressing that I would like to raise this above $6,000 to $8,000. I will yield.
Vice Speaker Schrader.
I have a question for Finance Director Mueller. So if we add $2,000 to the budget, does it mean we have to cut $2,000 from somewhere else, or is there wiggle room?
With how much we're pulling from the other accounts, I have us pulling 50,000, we're a little bit under. So we have a little bit of wiggle room, but that's with pulling $50,000 from our other accounts. So
So however
Does
much
that
we
make sense?
add, we pull from other student government accounts.
So we don't know exactly how much we're going to get next year. I do my best to project what based on student enrollment. Last year, we projected way over what actual enrollment was. That's why our reserves went to 0 2 years ago. And that's why our reserve balance is so low. So I'm trying to be conservative in projections. So based on projections, we could go up a couple grand. I brought our totals down a little bit below because I don't want that to happen again. So if we did increase it by $2,000, we would probably be okay.
Okay.
It would just, at the end of the year, whatever doesn't balance out gets pulled from, after the reserves is zeroed out, pulls from special projects next year for whatever we over allocated during this time.
Okay, and where are you getting the enrollment estimation from, and how recent?
From the
is it?
registrar, and I got it in January, and those were their official numbers for spring and fall and spring of next year.
Okay.
And then we project summer enrollment for next year is the same as this year. That's how they do their projections at the registrar.
Okay, so, yeah, so I get because January is kind of a long way away, and we don't really know how enrollment's gonna do, so if we play it safe, but.
So
okay.
yes, we, based on their numbers, we're a little bit under, if we do all the math for that. Granted, not everybody pays their U-bill and not everybody pays it on time, blah, blah, blah. So there's, the projections are very, very estimated. So if we went up another $2,000, I would be comfortable with that. But I want to be as low as we can be because I do not want our reserves to go to 0 again.
Okay. Thank you. I share Madison's concerns, so I feel like I would trust Finance Committee to reevaluate it. I'm fine with 6,000, so I'll probably vote yes on this, but yeah, with that, I'll yield.
Senator Zastro.
So just speaking as to the $50,000 number, so as we pass the special projects bill, or sorry, the big picture bill for what all is happening next year, we passed that last week, and that included $50,000 coming out of special projects. What we didn't know at the time of annual allocations was that Sub would not be holding a concert this year. We had already set aside $100,000 for Sub to have a concert because we thought that we had a contract with them at the start of the year, meaning that we have an additional $100,000 in the special projects account, or it'll move back there at the end of the fiscal year. So at the time that we were doing this, we wanted to get it down to $50,000 that we were taking from the budget. I don't want to say that's $100,000 that we can spend on annuals because I think all the extra money that we have in special projects is very important. I do think that 2,000 more on this budget specifically would be very beneficial to a club, more so than it would be beneficial having in the reserves. I yield.
Senator Mass.
Yeah, so just a couple brief points to address too. Obviously, I understand like the idea of we want to give this money for prizes in order to ensure that students are wanting to attend the event, and that's the main purpose behind that. I think it's important to acknowledge too that these are capital items though, and capital items in most senses are only funded at half, from what I understand. So funding this at half, I think, would be appropriate. I think it's also worth noting this is something that's already kind of above and beyond in that we don't fund most other student organizations who ask for prizes. Homecoming, for example, asks every year for money for prizes, and we do not give it to them. And that's not just for like Greek trophies. That's for things like gold tournaments, where you're trying to find a team of 5 people who will want to go and play basketball together. And you can make the exact same argument that people might not want to put together a soccer team or a basketball team if there's no prize associated with that, because they could just go and do an intramural instead. So that being said, I like the $6,000. Let's keep it there. It's already very generous. That's my opinion. I yield.
Senator Vet.
Permission to address the speaker.
Go ahead.
All right. Hello. Just because this hasn't been asked yet, what obstacles would it present if we didn't give you the extra $2,000? Like, how hard would it be for you to make up for it yourself, or do you have a plan B, or are we just shutting down something if we're not giving you the $2,000?
As not nice as it sounds, we're student government funded, so it would be lacking in one area because prizes we can't purchase, like without permissions, in a way that came out weird. You know what I mean. So prizes would go down, like the quality of prizes for grand prize, which also, that is at the end of the night, so the retention through the event will go down. So the quality of prizes and the amount of prizes, so we won't be able to play as many rounds of bingo, and that also helps with retention is they're consistently playing. One of the favorite bingo games is loser bingo, and those, like, you all stand up, and then if you have anything numbers on, you sit down. They're pretty quick games, but students absolutely go crazy over them. They ask for it a lot. We don't always play it because we go through prizes really quickly, but we have different sections, so clearly they can have like halfway prize, a quarter prize, and the grand prize are at certain times, and then they have like little sections that they can pick their prizes from. We'll just have fewer options, which means there's less prize options for students and less rounds of bingo. I'd be concerned about retention. Because we are student government funded, we don't really have other opportunities for funding. So the event would lack a little bit in that regard.
And I'm sure Finance Committee might have asked something like this in committee, but have you looked into maybe doing a line item transfer or prioritizing money away from maybe events that don't have as much footfall towards bingo if it's really such a big part of your operation?
It is a really, okay. It is one of our largest parts of After Dark. We try our best to kind of strategically think about our Great Hall entertainment and who's all going to be there. So if it's someone that is not as well known, then we'll pull it more into bingo. But to my knowledge, I couldn't transfer to prizes. So.
Like to pose a question though.
Yeah, and maybe finance director might want to hop in here too. But like line item transfers are only for things that like have the same purpose kind of. So like if you don't go to a conference, you can line item transfer to a different conference, things like that. And also carryover requests have to be the same exact line item. So they can't like carryover request, let's say they don't use all of entertainment, they can't carryover request that and then line item transfer to prizes. Just those are the rules, and if I did that, sure, okay. Madison seems to say yes. So yeah, that's.
My apologies to know about that. I yield, thank you.
Senator Hanya.
Finance Director Mueller, I see for entertainment, there's the 8,300 total for Stewart, and then 116,700 for student government funding for entertainment. Can you explain that ratio and why we fund that amount and then have the student org pay that?
So you're talking about the entertainment line item for?
Yeah.
What?
Why we fund the 116?
Okay, so on the entertainment line item, sorry, I'm trying to find it. Okay, so this was one, I'm sorry, I'm really confused what you're asking. I get it now. Okay, so why did we cut down the 8,300 from their budget? So we had to find places to cut, and we asked orgs where they would like to split up their cut, if that makes sense. So when we told them, we tried to give specific numbers, say we want to cut 10% of your budget, or we want to cut a total of $7,000 or something, and we asked them where they wanted it cut, because we didn't think that we could make the best decisions as the people there. So that's where the way that they split up, if you can see, we cut 600 from one event, or from one line, we cut another, cut 6,000 from one thing. We just kind of let them pick a little bit where they wanted it cut, so that's where it ended up.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Can I add? I'm sorry, I feel like, okay. How it kind of worked out, so like Cybele and billiards and crafts, they're always a set amount for each event. So if I cut one of those, then that would cut it entirely from one of the events. So it kind of made sense in After Dark's world to take it from the most broad line item, I guess, because the other things are so specific to each event.
Then another question for Finance Director Mueller. Possible then to cut $2,000 from entertainment and then fund $2,000 on bingo prizes, or is that a no-go?
We can. So with the line item transfers, they can line item transfer to things that mean different things. For things like that, also if it's over $500, it has to get Finance Committee approval. If it's over $1,500, it needs to get Senate approval. So that's why the Student Activity Center is in front of you all. So if they came, I feel like if an org came to me, it's really up to Finance Director discretion what is correct line item transfer. For most orgs, I'm pretty strict on, it can go from conference to conference. You can't go conference to, I don't know, something else. But for things like this, it's really up to Finance Director discretion what's okay. Granted, but if it's over $500, it has to be seen by other people. So if Senate didn't feel like that was an okay line item transfer, it wouldn't happen. So I would say under the rules, yes, you can line item transfer from one thing to something totally different, but it's up to everyone who votes on it.
I'm in the same boat as Senator Zastro that I would like to see the $8,000 for bingo and prizes, specifically because that reaches so many students. You can have a student who's like, I don't really care about this After Dark's entertainment, but I want to go for bingo, and they're going to be more disappointed by having less quality prizes. So seeing that ratio, I think that would be potentially a compromise we could look at if we're still worried about the whole funding and enrollment. Just want to put that out there. I will yield.
Senator Alucard.
I am also in agreement that I do think that the bingo and prizes plays a huge role. And After Dark is actually one of the few organizations that hosts and reaches professional and graduate students because of the timing that they hold. So there's a lot of veterinary and graduate students that actually attend this simply because of the hours that it's offered, and a lot of them do attend because of the bingo and prizes as well as just when they're operating. And so I think it is really important that not only are you increasing reach within undergrads, but also graduate and professional students. So I will also be voting no on this, as I do think that $8,000, if it is within our means, reasonable to adjust this to, simply because it's not just reaching an undergraduate population. I yield.
Senator Klein.
I would also like to agree with adding the extra $2,000. I know that in IRHA, lots of people who live in residency halls end up going to these events. Often they're younger people who are looking for something to do on a weekend night, and this provides an excellent opportunity. I know I have gone to bingo. I've never won, for my own benefit, I think that there should be more prizes.
There are people that sit at the same table at every After Dark and get there 30 minutes before. They are dedicated people. So I'm sorry I didn't win.
You're okay. Yeah, with that, I yield.
Senator Rowling.
Thank you so much for coming tonight and reiterating a lot of what we've talked about, especially during annual allocations. So we appreciate you coming and explaining this here in front of the Senate. One question that I would have is, you have a very, very large budget in comparison to others. And of course, that's because you reach a broad swath of our student population here. And thank you so much for that and all the work that you do. However, as of right now, your income is showing that it is completely from student government. Do you have any other sources of funding? Are you looking for any other sources of funding, especially as our projected enrollment is going down? Our budget is going to get smaller and smaller, and we feasibly cannot fund this at the same levels year after year, especially with a declining enrollment. So what are your outlooks for the future? What are you looking towards for finding alternative funding sources as well?
Yes, so there's a company called Recess. Essentially, it is kind of like a middle agent to a bunch of different companies. you use their online portal, and then you can have tabling space, you can have ads, and they can pay a certain monetary value to do a 30-second ad or to have a table, or they can give like donations of product. That is something that After Dark is really looking towards, to having more sponsorships at the event. So the Food Dash is one of them that could potentially be a partnership in the future. So how that kind of looks is we have put all our events on the website, the Recess website, and then kind of give all the opportunities to the businesses of like what this is, how many people that they could potentially reach. And then they can give you a request to be at your event, and you can approve or deny it. So if they could give you $1,500 to be present at your event for 4 hours, and I could approve or deny that. It's not guaranteed that I will have that sponsorship opportunity, but that is one way that we are actively looking at right now in current times, to see if people are interested in tabling at our events. And then the only other money that we receive is the non-student government money for like essentials for student wages through the MEO. So with enrollment declining, After Dark might have to change in the future. It's a pretty robust program right now. It'd be sad to see it kind of go down a bit, but that might be what has to happen because our student population is going down. But we are looking into other sponsorship opportunities like Recess. And I know Christine, looking over at you, has been looking at other opportunities as well.
As a follow-up question, has there been any investigation into further funding from anything at the university level other than student government?
In previous years, there was more of a university push for late night programming. That was one of the really large university initiatives. Since then, initiatives have shifted, so that money that was present from student wellness is now not present because they're also facing budget cuts and everything as well.
Okay, thank you. I would stress in the future that looking for any sorts of funding is going to be pretty much essential for these large budgets, as we had to cut over $300,000 from clubs across the board. So thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it.
There's been a call to question, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. There's been a call for division of the body, so we'll go ahead and move into a roll call vote. Technically, the motion's still in order, so I cannot add. Senator Advet. Alucard.
No.
Bender. Blair. Khan. Colberton. Dollinger. Fritz. Green. Gonzalez. Hanyang. Heasley. Johnson. Class. Klein. Klein. Lipford. Ludwig. Mass. Orger. Rice. Rinchi. Rolling. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Chonet. Zastro. Ludwig. Rice. With a vote of 22-5-1, this bill passes. Budget, sorry, not bill. There's been a motion to add Senator Simano to the roll. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, Senator Simano has been added. And it was Senator Class, you still had the floor. No, yeah.
I move to divide the question on student government's FY21 budget request.
There's been a motion to divide the question on student government's budget for next year, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. And there's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the motion by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion stands approved. Senator Class.
Yeah, so,
Oh.
one,
Go ahead.
okay. Oh, you're a lovely representative from the club. One thing I know we need to add to this is a parking pass for the Supreme Court Chief Justice. Can I make that motion now? I'm not gonna do that, so I'm gonna yield.
We can line item transfer it if you would like to later, because that sounds a lot better. If everybody is okay with following our bylaws and giving the Chief Justice a parking pass,
Vice Speaker Schroeder.
Proposed bylaws.
proposed bylaws that we may be passing, if those pass, I will line item transfer that parking pass from some extra funds we have left over, if everyone is cool with that, so we don't have to go into committee. But I wanted to bring this up anyway. I just think for transparency's purpose, I just want everybody to look at it, even if we approve it as is. Just wanted it to be up there.
Vice Speaker Schroeder.
I don't know if President Graver, if you know the answer to this, what is happening with the advisor's salary and benefits? Are we planning on hiring an advisor again? Are we planning on combining that role among multiple time positions? Has that decision been made? Do we know if it's been made, or are we spending $60,000 on a contingency?
I took your mic.
Okay, I'll redirect it to Finance Director Mueller. Okay.
So, oh, okay.
Back to President Graver.
Yeah. Speaker Schrader, you should also know this because you're a chief officer. We are actually in the look for a new advisor with Chief of Staff Kuz in talks with Steve Winfrey and HR to begin that search. So, yes.
But I don't know, what is that role? Does Chase know?
They have Christine. Are you here?
The chief officers have worked really hard with Christine and Steve to rewrite the what we want to see in an advisor. So I think it's pretty similar to a general advisor role, but we tried to clear it up.
Yeah, I just don't, is that final, or are we still working through that? Christine, do you know the answer to that question?
We have not posted the position yet, so there's a potential to make changes. We didn't make very many changes to the existing.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, so yes. I think that this is a conversation we all should have now. What do we want that role to look like? And is there if you have suggestions about what you would like that advisor to be, I think the advisor we had in the role, I think there would have been some benefit to having some office work parts attached to it. And I know that's probably the plan going forward, is try to wrap more of that into it. And then I think we need to, I know senators have reached out to me about feeling uncomfortable with spending that amount of money on an advisor, especially while we're cutting from other fees. So I guess, Christine, can you make an argument for an advisor, or why, what that role entails and what you believe is necessary or maybe not necessary about the role?
Yeah. So I shared some of this with chief officers as we were talking about it, and I think when I was encouraging them to think about what having a full-time advisor would mean for this organization, there were a couple questions I asked them to think about. So one is, how available do you want an advisor to be to you? So with your advisor on leave, Steve and I have been filling in that role this year. We are not able, I'm able to be here at Senate, but I don't attend cabinet meetings. I sometimes miss chief officer meetings. I'm not able to attend a lot of the things that an advisor would be able to attend. I'm not always going to be in my office to answer questions quickly. Things don't get signed as quickly by advisors as they probably should, and so that slows down the business of student government. So that's what you're looking at. If you don't have a full-time person in the position and you've got people sort of playing that role on top of their other positions, that's going to be a challenge for the business of student government. So I think that's one important piece. The other is looking at the benefit of an advisor to your organization as a whole. And where that really comes in is that this organization turns over every year. Every year you have new incoming chief officers, you have senators that are brand new. You have cabinet members that are brand new. Sometimes you're going to have incoming, president and vice president who have experience with student government, who are capable leaders, who know who to talk to on campus to get things done. Sometimes you're going to have student leaders coming in who are really passionate but have not been involved in student government, and the advisor can provide that continuity to say, here's who you talk to, here's how you get a seat at the table, here's what's happening last year. So there's that piece, and then there's the piece of, and luckily this year, I haven't seen a lot of these problems at least come my way, but in a large organization like this with lots of really passionate leaders, you're going to have interpersonal conflict, or at least maybe drama if it doesn't rise to the level of conflict, and that's a place where your advisor can also help to manage some of those things. Again, you didn't see a lot of it this year, and that's a tribute to the personalities and the capabilities of your current student government members, but it's a new group every year, and so thinking about what's in the best interest of student government as a whole, moving forward every year, I think is where your advisor can really come into play. We did add a little bit of that administrative piece to the advisor position description. We also talked about there's a lot of things in that position description, and the advisor may not do all of them every year or all of them at the same level every year, depending on the needs of the students.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll make the argument that having at least someone who is on staff for student government that's able to, especially when we look at things like asset that involves complex coordination across terms, is student government gets kind of messy when we switch over into the new year, and that would be a time where the advisor would be really important in making sure that the things needed to get done in the order they need to get done, as well as last year I was on the boat of we don't need an advisor, let's just pay 2 students to do all the administrative work, and I have revised my opinion from that, seeing as currently we don't really have. Christine does what she can, but she can't do everything. And there's a lot of things that just kind of break. And we just don't have the capability to deal with those. So I am pro-advisor. I just kind of wanted to know what the situation was in the role, and if anybody else had any thoughts on that. I mean, this is the biggest single item in our budget. If not, it's pretty close. So I think that's probably a discussion worth having, especially as we don't have an advisor right now, so now's the time to chance to change if you would like. That I yield.
Madam Speaker.
There we go. Okay, I can sort of speak to why it's really important too to have one from an administrative side. So Mariana can speak to this too. A lot of the administrative stuff that has to get done can be oddly complicated sometimes, and Madison knows too, just between trying to coordinate between 3 people for 1 piece of paper is insane and so weird. So to have an advisor who is just there that we could go to for advising needs, but then also for that administrative stuff, they're just the point person for bills, papers, odd finance stuff, that would just be so nice and would stop a lot of you've seen a couple bills this year that quite frankly I think I just misplaced at some point last year because I was so overwhelmed with the amount of stuff that was in front of me that I had to do. So just speaking on that, that's really important to have that position, and that's would be really great to have that. So
if I can talk on that too,
yes,
I don't think people realize quite the process between when a funding request comes in and when that money goes into an account. There's a lot of steps in between there, and bills are physically printed, and you have to add signature lines, and then they have to go to Austin and Vishesh and then me, and then I have to get the intramurals ready, and then I have to take them upstairs so that Steve can sign, and Steve is a very busy man, so sometimes it takes 3 days for them to get back downstairs. And then somebody has to, Lana, Steve's assistant, has to walk them downstairs after I walk them upstairs. And then they go to accounting after they go into our big Excel doc. So this sometimes is 6 weeks. And if we can make that shorter for orgs, because sometimes they need the money today. So if we can make that better and make our processes a lot more smooth, that would be just fabulous for everyone.
Further questions? Senator Gonzalez.
Yeah, so I just want to speak a little bit about what I do, because I know I've gotten a few questions over the years. How long have I been here? Over this past semester and this semester about what I do. So essentially I am low-key a secretary, but and in a good sense. So like Madison said, I'll print off those bills, kind of keep track of where they're supposed to go, who signed what. I set up the roll call sheet for Vish, print out ledge packets, basically do any errands that the chief officers need me to do. I happily do them. Communicate a lot with like with orgs or with senators or people that I need to talk to. And going into this job, I thought I was going to have an advisor like you guys because he was supposed to be like my boss. And I would say that it's very difficult not having one. Definitely not anything that I've experienced before. And so I've made Kelsey my low-key boss. Because I always I annoy her with questions that she doesn't even know, and like she's a student just like me, just like any of us. So it's really difficult for her to be able to answer those questions. Or the other day in the meeting, Jacob Schrader made it apparent to me that I was the one to fill in for our previous advisor when it came to the Andrew Grant situation. So it's just things like that that should be above me. And so I would really recommend thinking about what we want to see in an advisor. And if you have any questions about like logistically what we should look at for an advisor, I have lots of opinions on that. So thank you. I yield.
Also, the price this year of our advisor went down because everything in this budget, I went through and looked at exactly what we paid this year. I think the last couple of years they were estimating. I went through and went to the exact penny what we paid our advisor per month for benefits and for the salary, and I've been very specific on how we fund things. That way, if things do, I'm not trying to overfund. If we need more money for something, we can come to Senate and write a bill for it.
Vice Speaker Schrader, could you clarify this for me? So my understanding is now that we have a judicial branch, the judicial branch has a separate advisor from the other two branches?
Yes, nothing's stopping it from being the same person, but they are different roles.
Okay, so that could be fulfilled either by someone like on a part-time basis or by this full-time advisor?
Yeah, I've asked around in the Iowa State Legal Department if anyone wants to volunteer their time, if that's something they would be interested in. Otherwise, I think if we're hiring a full-time advisor, they probably would cover some of that too.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll yield.
Also, I totally lied. I did estimate the scholarships. Those are not to the dollar. I don't know who's going to get the positions, so it's hard to write a budget, but they're pretty average of what tuition will be at Iowa State.
Senator Gonzalez.
I'm sorry, that was supposed to be
It's okay, I accept. There's been a call to question on this budget, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Advet. Olakar. Bender. Blair. Khan. Klobuchar. Dodlinger. Green. Gonzalez. Hanyang. Johnson. Klass. Klein. Klein. Lipford. Ludwig. Mass. Rice. Rinchi. Rolling. Samanu. Strader. Stanley. Searles. Toinette. Zastro. Lipford. With a vote of 25 to 0 to 1, this budget passes. Senator Klass.
Seeing no other placards and having no other emails, I'm going to call the question on the bill as a whole.
There's been a called question on the bill as a whole, and there's been multiple seconds. Are there any multiple objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote.
I'm not moving.
Senator Zastro. Toinette. Stanley. Searles. Strader. Samanu. Rolling. Rinchi. Rice. Origer. Mass. Ludwig. Lipford. Klein. Klein. Class. Johnson. Hanyoung. Gonzalez. Green. Dollinger. Culbertson. Khan. Blair. Bender. Olcott. Advet. Rinchi. Advet. 27. Yeah. That's a correct number, right? Well, we added some minor to the roll. That's why. Increase. It was 26 and then it was 27. With a vote of 27 to 0, this funding bill passes. Moving on to 2019-3-31F, account allocations for fiscal year 2021 with Vice Chair Lifford.
I yield my time to Finance Director Mueller.
I'm just going to stay here because I like this. So this is the big picture bill. So this then puts what we just passed into this for next year. I am going to motion that somebody puts in the special projects. I really tried to do the math based on special projects is the catch-all, so all of the current accounts zero out to special projects, and then all of the misspent and unencumbered monies per the bylaws go into special projects as well, and then are split between events account. Anyway, so events account will probably go to 50,000. I'm guessing special projects is about $550,000. That is a very rough estimate, but if somebody wants to put that in there, the FY21 projected beginning balance has not been done for a long time as part of this bill. I felt that it was important for you all to see kind of where our accounts will be at the beginning of next year, because you see how much we're putting in, but it's not really clear what's going to be in there. So I tried my best.
Senator Ludwig.
Yeah, I'm gonna move to put the $550,000 in special projects line.
There's been a motion to amend and add $550,000 to the special projects. And there's been a second movement to discussion. Senator Ludwig.
Call the question.
There's been a call to question on the primary amendment. There's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing there's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the primary amendment by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the primary amendment stands approved. Senator Ludwig. There's been a call to question.
Can I say something really quick?
No.
No. Okay.
There's been a call to question on the bill, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? There's been an objection. Do you withdraw? Senator Zastro.
I yield my time to Finance Director Mueller.
Thank you. Okay, so the excellence account we did not use this year, so that's why I'm pulling from that. So instead of, essentially we could pull 15,000 from special projects after the excellence account is zeroed out into special projects, but it makes more sense to me to pull from that account directly instead of having it go two steps. Then I thought the next best would be events account, since that total is over what the bylaws say it should be right now, so we should probably move that money out anyway. Just so you know why I pulled from those. I'm sorry, I just want to talk.
There's been a call to question, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Finance bill. My bad.
I don't think, is this a finance bill? It's just allocations, we're not actually moving money. Okay, whatever.
Senator Advet. Olcott. Bender. Blair. Khan. Culbertson. Dollinger. Green. Gonzalez. Hanyoung. Johnson. Class. Klein. Klein. Lipford. Ludwig. Mass. Orger. Rice. Rinchi. Rolling. Samanu. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Tonet. Zastro. With a vote of 27 to 0, this funding bill passes. Moving on to 2019-3-21Y, eliminating the ISU ambassadors account with Vice Chair Lifford.
Yeah, so the ISU ambassadors account hasn't been used in over 3 years, so there's not really a need for it anymore.
Second.
There's been a call to question. And there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Advet.
Yes.
Olcott. Bender. Blair. Khan. Culbertson. Dollinger. Green. Gonzalez. Hanyang. Zastro. Toinette. Stanley. Searles. Schrader. Samanu. Rolling. Rinchi. Rice. Origer. Mass. Ludwig. Lipford. Klein. Nicholas Klein. Klein. Class. Johnson. With a vote of 27 to 0, this bylaw change bill passes. Moving on to 2019-3-22 SR, advancing crucial criteria to ensure student success, Access Act with Senator Searles.
Okay, right off the bat, I'm going to make an amendment. And I think I have to do this because, yeah, it's my amendment, but whatever. Move to amend the final resolve clause anywhere in there to add a recipient being all department chairs. I don't know if that can be accepted as a friendly or not, but whatever.
There's been a motion. Yeah, it's not a problem. There's been a motion to move to amend. Do you have the line number? Line number 85 to say all department chairs. And there's been a second. We move into discussion. Senator Searles.
Call the question.
There's been a call to question on the primary amendment. Is there a second? There's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. And there's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the primary amendment by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the amendment stands approved. Senator Searles.
Yield.
Madam Speaker.
Senator Searles, would you accept it as a friendly to change your title from Speaker Searles to Senator Searles because I forgot to do that?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Madam Speaker. There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. There's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the bill by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the bill stands approved.
Move to waive bylaws 4.5.4 and 4.5.5 in their entirety for the remainder of the session.
There's been a motion to move to waive bylaw 4.5.4 and 4.5.5 for the entirety of the session. There's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. Senators for waiving this bylaw, please raise their placards now. Senators against. Abstentions. The yeses have it. The bylaw has been waived.
Move to waive second read on all new business.
There's been a motion to move to waive second read on all new business. And there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. Senators for waiving second read on all the new business. Senators against. Abstentions. Seeing none, second read on all the new business has been waived. 2019-3-32F, asset recommendations with Senator Class.
If Treasurer Doherty want to turn around and go back to the podium. Hey, Yeah, so this is what we saw last week with all the wild stuff. Yeah, if you want to just talk about the recommendations, Treasurer Doherty.
Sorry I didn't put two senators on the bill last week. Sorry, I literally just got out of work. Is just this the recommendations bill, not the contracts? Okay, so kind of what I already talked about last week. There's nothing really weird. The volunteer center would be the only thing on there that should catch your eye. We funded them a lot less. Over 70% of agencies said that they have a position internally that had that. Do you guys have any questions? I gave like a really long spiel last week, and I can repeat that if you want.
There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Advet. Olicard. Bender. Blair. Khan. Cloverton. Donlinger. Green. Gonzalez. Hanyang. Johnson. Class. Klein. Klein. Lipford. Ludwig. Mass. Orger. Rice. Rinchi. Rolling. Samanu. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Toinette. Zastro. Adved. Rice. With a vote of 25 to 0 to 2, this bill passes. Moving on to 2019-3-35 SA, ratifying the fiscal year 2021 asset contracts with Senator Class.
Yeah, so we just passed all the recommendations. This is just them in contract form. So I'm gonna pass it to Lucy.
So just so everyone knows, I'll just like briefly talk about the contract since we haven't done that yet. It's literally the same exact information. The one kind of interesting part with this is that the duration, every single year, and this is sort of for people who'll be here next year, every year these contracts have to be redone. And any interim like lack of funding, like people then wouldn't be able to get service for. So the duration's kind of interesting if you guys want to if you have looked at them, if you want to pop one open and look at it. That would really be the only thing that's significantly different. I just want people to know like what they're voting for, I guess. Functionally, it's kind of the same though. We're just agreeing to give it to them now, but yeah.
Call question.
There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole. Is there a second? There has been a second. Are there any objections to calling the question? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Advet. Olicard. Bender. Blair. Khan. Cloverton. Dollinger. Green. Gonzalez. Hanyang. Heasley. My bad. Johnson. Class. Klein. Klein. Lipford. Ludwig. Mass. Orger. Rice. Rinchi. Rolling. Samanu. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Toinette. Zastro. Advet. Olicard. Green. Rice. With a vote of 23 to 0 to 4, this bill passes.
Thanks, guys.
Moving on to 2019-3-24 SA Iowa State Daily Funding Contract with Senator Stanley.
So this is the bill to ratify the funding contract for the daily that the fee committee negotiated with them. I'll yield to their representatives from the daily if they'd like to say a few words about it, at the lectern.
Hi, everyone. I'm Annie Wells. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Iowa State Daily, and this is Lawrence Cunningham, who's the CEO of the Iowa State Daily Media Group. I really appreciate you all. I know with the whole online classes thing, a lot had to be moved around for meetings, so I really appreciate you fitting us in and getting all that to work. I know it's crazy busy for everyone, and so thank you for taking this into consideration, because this funding is extremely, extremely critical for us to even exist. And there's so many benefits to having we're a news organization that purely exists to serve you guys. We report on so many different things, research pieces, but most importantly, breaking news. We've been scooping all of the local and major news outlets on the coronavirus stuff happening here, and we're having 5, 6, 7 stories out a day on it, educating people about housing and Sage has been working really hard on getting, as soon as those emails are out, turning them, talking to students, getting that experience. So we're kind of that one stop for information for students on campus, and that importance without this funding wouldn't be able to be there at all. So we understand as students and as student government the investment that you put in us. And we recognize that, and we will continue and strive to do everything we can to be good stewards of that investment and try to give that back to you guys. And because journalism is the greatest public service you can ever do. This money really isn't for us. It's for being able to serve you guys and our community to share important information and tell the stories of all of you guys as well, because that's what we're mainly focused on. So we're going to leave the rest of the time for questions for anyone.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Hi.
This contract would commit student government and essentially the student body to funding upwards of about, I think, $1.7 million over the next 5 years. Exactly $1.7 million over the next 5 years. I'd encourage some discussion on this to the Senate because it's a pretty long-term contract. It's a lot of money. But I just have a couple questions for the Daily. Could you break down I guess in some general ways, exactly how you plan to spend this money?
Yeah, I'm going to hand some of the more financial stuff over to Lawrence as well, because he's more knowledgeable.
Hi, thank you. Maybe as part of answering your question, I'll try to give you some additional information about our business. So when you look at this funding, it represents about 24% of our total funding. We're a business that on an average now, it's about $1.5 million annually. So this represents about 24% of our operating budget. 76% of our funding comes from other revenue streams that are based on fee for services and projects and work that we do for pay, right? So when you look at the big picture, I think it's important to talk about the other revenues that we focus on our own. Okay. When you look at this particular funding, this is really about keeping the operations of the Iowa State Daily intact. So this year, we celebrate 130 years of serving the Iowa State University community as the sole organization to exist solely to tell the stories and news and events that happen at Iowa State. And so really, this amount of money is going towards student salaries. It's going towards the cost to produce our online products, the cost to produce our printed products when we print them. It really is an operational investment in the organization.
And it's my understanding that due to the switch from the $8 fee to this contract, that there may be, at least what I've heard, is that printing might be cut next year. Is that going to happen?
Yeah, so that's something that we're working on right now. So big picture, when you look at this, our board has to make some decisions about what our funding looks like. And so at this point, if you would approve this tonight, that represents about a $200,000 cut from the revenues this year that we were provided versus the revenues that we're going to provide this year, this coming year. When you look at the overall budget, there's not very many places in our organization where we have that sort of investment. And so you look at personnel and you look at printing costs. Those are the two line items where we have over $200,000 invested. And when you look at personnel, it's professional staff, it's student staff. And then when you look at printing services, it's 5 days a week printing the newspaper. We're struggling a little bit with what the future looks like because we are one of only 11 organizations nationally who print 5 days a week in the college environment. And so we're operating in rare air from that perspective. And so when it comes to running a smart business, we always balance that against the educational mission of what we do. We're there to keep teach and coach and mentor and serve over 200 students a year also who work for us. And so it's one of those things where we don't know with absolute certainty what the future looks like. I will tell you that that's certainly one of the considerations and one of the scenarios that our board is considering. I report to a board of directors, Annie reports to our board of directors, and ultimately they're going to be tasked with making that decision. They're not in a position to make that decision until we understand what the funding from you all might look like.
Yeah, so those are real discussions we're having and preparing for and discussing. But like Lauren said, we are one of 11 in the entire country that print 5 days a week. And the reason why I got an internship and a lot of our employees get internships is because we spend about from 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. sometimes, 5 days a week out of 7 producing and writing and selling and designing like from scratch, and to put that on your resume is just one of the best things that you can do. So that experience is something that we've always held to a really high standard, and most of us will probably come out here with jobs at daily or weekly papers, and that's pretty rare for this industry. So just more on the student perspective on that.
Yeah, so when, I know you kind of briefly went over it, but do you imagine that that might be, when those cuts would be like a total cut of printing, or a little bit of cut of printing and staff, or?
Those are all conversations we're having, but we aren't at a place to make until the publication board kind of decides.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
understandable.
Our board is looking at a matrix that includes 5 days a week, 4 days a week, 3 days a week, 2 days a week, 1 day a week, and 0 print days, right? What we're trying to identify as a board is where's the most value for savings, right? So if you cut 1 or 2 days, you're saving about $50,000 total. So in order to have a significant reduction in our expenses, you're going to have to cut more days. And so that's certainly part of the discussion. But the other part of the discussion is removing professional positions in the organization, right? And so whether that's my position or other individuals' positions in our organization, we're having those conversations too. So we're trying to make decisions that are both appropriate from a business perspective, but also maintain opportunities to support the students that we have. And so that's why it's a little bit of a unique situation.
Yeah, awesome. And because this is so much money, and I do think that the Daily does have an impact on the community, but could you talk to us a little bit about maybe what your viewership numbers look like, whether that's numbers from the website or maybe how many papers are taken, if you have any numbers on that?
Yeah, so the best numbers I can give you off the top of my head are about 80,000 touches on a daily basis for the Iowa State University community. So that's kind of across all of our platforms. That's what our analytics are telling us. That's what our data and our audits are telling us. So typically 80,000 people on a daily basis. And that does include alumni as well. So we're not always able to determine if it's always undergraduate or graduate or professional or alumni or friends of the university, but about 80,000 on a daily basis.
Okay. And then I know y'all touched on it a little bit, but I just think with an amount this large, I'd just like maybe go into a little bit of depth. What would you say is like the best argument for us, I guess, approving this contract?
Yeah, and I appreciate you asking that question because I think what you all have to decide tonight is, do you value having a news organization that serves you specifically? I think that's the role that we play. That's the role that we played for 130 years. We consider ourselves watchdogs for both the students and the faculty to ensure that administration, Board of Regents, legislator, everybody's doing what they should do in terms of what's right by our stakeholders, right? I also think that there is opportunity to look and say, okay, if we would walk away, if you don't fund us and that results in our organization not being able to provide those services, then that's a critical loss for the community because we're not providing those services, right? Annie?
A life without local journalism is completely different. We have people who report on your meetings and let people know what you're doing because not everybody has the time to go on and watch them. So we do that with city council meetings. I know I'm not able to get out to City Hall and sit through a 6-hour meeting, but I know that impacts me. And in the Ames community as well. And with breaking news, we have people covering their beats who are in Beardshire, who are walking around the halls of Curtis, listening to what's going on. And there's so many great stories underrepresented as well. Like I've done a lot of great research stories that I would have had no idea exist in all different parts of campus. And also just like the breaking news and logistic part of it, without any sort of student organization, in a daily format, your news, you would not get it the same way because we, like Lauren said, we only exist to serve you guys and us as a community. Not anyone else. The community is definitely part of it, but Iowa State, that is what we are solely focused on. So that's why I think it's super important. And your life without local journalism would look a lot different than it does today, especially with the journalism industry, like having to have a lot of paywalls, especially nowadays. And the paper's free, not free, but you can pick it up as well. But we know that this is a big investment for you guys. And like I said, we are always open to I don't know, we want to be really good stewards of that investment because I know how much money this is and I know how much you guys have had to cut and how difficult that is. And I think the reason why we kind of deserve it is we say that we will be there the first day you walk onto Iowa State's campus, all the way until the last day you leave and beyond. We're the only thing that's there for you consistently. So.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for answering all those questions. I yield.
Oh, yeah.
Senator Johnson.
Okay, first of all, thank you for providing independent journalism that's not owned by people out like big corporations or big, it's owned by us, and I love that. So thank you for that service. I think that there's a lot of value in spending student funds on so that it's and for students. And I just want to advocate very, very strongly because journalism, especially independent journalism and investigative journalism, matters more in today's world than in my entire life, I think. And it's always mattered, but it matters so much right now. So I also like the print idea because just a word for that, I think that the experience people get is invaluable once they hit like journalism in the bigger world. And my only request is that you keep the joke of the day because it makes my day all the time.
Please submit more, please. We run out of them so easily, we'll print them.
Senator Johnson, do you yield? Senator Zastrow.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate the service that you provide to campus. I do have one question about the contract specifically. Vice Speaker Schrader, could you just scroll to the top so I'm sure it's not just my copy? Okay, never mind. It is just my copy. Okay, cool. I yield.
First of all, I want to note that I am very excited to have you guys here. You provide an excellent service for this community as a whole. I do want to just put into perspective these numbers for everybody, especially if you didn't get a chance to look into depth, the annual allocations, the apportionments that we gave. I just want to point out some numbers here just so that we can understand kind of the importance of this bill and how much money we're looking at. This is $60,000 more than our current biggest budget that we just passed in annual allocations, which is student legal services, which is open to all students as well. The student activity fee is currently at around $38. This would increase it $6 per semester per student, leading to a $12 increase over a year in the student activity fee. With that, this is not just a simple vote. I would like everybody to give this a lot of importance. I know just giving those numbers to other people, they haven't been super excited about it when I've reached out to constituents. However, this is a very important resource and we need to find ways to fund independent journalism here on campus. But I would like to bring that into perspective because we are talking about a significant portion of the student activity fee at this point of time. Thank you.
Do you yield? Senator Stanley.
Awesome. Thank you guys for coming. I just wanted to ask a very broad question. I know the preamble of the contract deals with this a little bit, but just so we can link this a little better to our mission here in student government, what is the mission of the Daily?
So we have a whole mission statement on our website and printed in the paper every day. And our mission is always service before self and serving the Iowa State community in a holistic and unbiased way. And we've been doing that for 130 years. And so on a campus this big, it's extremely important to be present, to be fair, and to be accurate. We are really firm believers in if you're first, that's great, but if you're wrong, that's worse. It's way better to do the facts and do the research and then publish something quick and add 4 corrections to it. There's no point in that. That's just bad journalism. And just being as ethical as we possibly can, being as transparent and getting as many sides as possible and going through as many different sets of eyes as we can, but also giving student experience. I know that's what student government's for, and that's why you all are here, is to get that experience and work with other people your age and who have come from different backgrounds than you. Giving students, it's a professional environment. Like when I work with Lawrence, it feels like I'm at a full-time job. In addition, it's extremely professional, and those skills that I've learned, even if I don't go into journalism, would support me in any sort of way. So it's giving those students that real-life experience before they go out into the real world. And I've also met, like I'm sure you guys know, like you've met your amazing friends here. Like just giving students that community to learn a lot and also learn from each other. So it's all about serving the community and serving ourselves as well. If that answers your question. Thank you.
It does. I know the Daily has helped me hone my writing skills when I worked there for a short time. So I will yield to Senator Mass.
Yeah, hi, thank you for coming in again. I very much appreciate a lot of the work that the Daily does, especially in, reporting on student government, reporting on city council. I mean, you guys are usually the first place that I go for those kind of resources because they aren't available in other places. And I certainly respect that. That being said, like, this is a lot of money. And I guess, the question sort of asked earlier was, do you want a watchdog focused on you? And I think the answer is definitely yes. But I think, too, the question I have is, how much money are you guys spending every year?
Yeah, so earlier I mentioned we were about a $1.5 million business, right?
Okay.
We operate at a break-even budget, right? So every dollar that we earn is a dollar that we spend to provide the services that we're doing. We're not an organization that has a significant amount of money left over, and if we do, what we do is we actually put it into a foundation account to offer scholarships for our students because our students are underpaid. That's the reality, and our business model doesn't allow us to pay them a fair wage. And so we work really, really hard to fundraise and try to find dollars that we can allocate to them on an annual basis in a scholarship format.
Sure. And so I guess my question is 1.5 just seems like a lot of money. And I understand it's a Monday through Friday paper. You've emphasized how important that is. But I know, too, that at least in the research I've done on this bill, the Daily Iowan, also a Monday through Friday paper, spends about $500,000 a year. So, where's the disconnect here? That's $1 million difference.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'm not sure that your numbers are accurate, right? In my experience, in my conversations with Jason, who's the general manager of that organization, now they receive $26 annually in student fees from at Iowa to fund their organization. In addition, they have a multi-million-dollar endowment that they're spinning off of. So when they report numbers, sometimes they're in different buckets and it's not a comprehensive picture. One of the things that we have the ability to look at is our trade organization. It's the top 35 student media organizations nationally, and we have full exposure to all of those numbers of all of our colleagues so that we can understand what and how our organizations run similarly. And we're very similar to the Daily Iowan.
Sure. And I would be willing to concede that my numbers may not be completely correct, or maybe I'm not getting the whole picture. But the numbers I did receive were from a FOIA request from the University of Iowa, and this is their 5-year average, at least from what I can see for expenses and encumbrance. So I'm willing to concede there may be something that I was missing there, but it does seem to me to be about 500,000. So I guess my next question then is, you said readership is 80,000. How much of that is print compared to online?
Senator Mass, you have 30 seconds left.
Yep, so we have reduced our printing schedule to be 5,000 papers on a daily basis. Of that, we have about 76% of those are picked up on a daily basis.
Okay. And with that being about to run out of time, I'll go ahead and yield for now.
Vice Speaker Schrader.
Okay. Thank you for coming. I would like to ask, so how is the Daily structured? You refer to it as a business. I just want to be really clear on this. So is it an outside business that partners with the university? Is it's entirely its own entity? What's going on here?
Yeah, so legally, we are a 501c3 organization. We are, as far as I understand it, the only organization that is recognized by the university as both a student organization and an affiliate business. So on the affiliate business side, we function a lot like Extension does, the foundation, and the Alumni Association, right, in terms of access to the university. On the student org side, one of the reasons why we have that designation is that our students then have access to the spaces and the opportunities to rent vans and travel as part of the university student population. And so that's how we're functioned. We operate on a 15-year memorandum of agreement with the university that we typically sign in conjunction with the student government leadership as well as the university administration.
Okay. And what does that memorandum include? Sorry.
What is it?
Yeah, what is?
Yeah, so it's a contract that says that we have access to use the Iowa State Daily name as a trademark. Although we own the federally registered trademark, we don't own Iowa State as a trademark, right? And so it's a license to be able to use that. It's a license to be able to distribute on campus and utilizing the platforms. And it's a license to essentially reprint the logos and the marks and all those things as part of our stories.
Okay, great. So and then another question. So how, I know the university pays for the Kingland office space. How is that deal negotiated? How long does that go through?
Yeah, hey, I'm glad you asked that question
Yeah.
because most people don't know this story. So, the Iowa State Daily was one of the founding members of what was called the Iowa State Press. The Iowa State Press was an organization that was built and designed to publish research of Iowa State entities. As part of that, our organization borrowed the land for Hamilton Hall, and we built the building and then donated it back to the university. A number of years later, we borrowed the land back, built an addition, and then gave it back to the university. The only requirement of that gift was that the Iowa State Daily had had offices in perpetuity.
Okay, cool.
And when the campus expanded their enrollment, they needed that space for academics, and so the university administration had to find a space that they thought was appropriate for us to move into, and that's where we landed in the Kingland building.
Great, thanks. And then, sorry, a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Where have you gotten university funding in the past years? What amount has that been? Are you getting that into the future?
Yeah, so a part of the restructure of our organization, for 3 years we received grants and loans from the university. Those averaged about $300,000 over the course of a 3-year window. We're in the process of paying back around a $200,000 loan, maybe just a little bit more than that, that's on our books now that we're paying back as a loan. So we've received some grants and some loans. All of that funding has gone by the wayside. That was part of the agreement. There was a tail to that as an opportunity for us to try and resolve our business model. And what we learned along the way is that at some level, what we'd experienced in the past was not something that we would be able to perform to in the future. So for every $1 million we made in revenues in print, when the market fragmented, we only replaced that with about $250,000 in revenue in the digital platforms. And at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is continue to maintain the quality of print product that we're providing, because what students expect is they expect us to be there 24/7, 365 days. If they don't read it today, they expect us to be there the day they wake up, and they want us there. And there's a cost to being there 365 days, and that's how we're managing our business.
Okay. So then, in your opinion, is it impossible for a student newspaper in 2020 to make a profit without assistance?
Yeah, I think that's a loaded question.
Well,
right?
sorry.
Do I think it's
You
possible?
can answer parts of it if you would.
I think with the right business model, it's possible, right? I think with the right business model, anything's possible. What I will tell you is when you look at our trade organizations, 5 years ago, there was roughly 70% of those organizations were solvent. Last year, about 8% of those organizations were solvent on their own. And so there's been a significant uptake in the industry across the nation of direct student fees, administration, and student governments funding the student media in order to maintain its existence.
Okay. And then, can you explain Model Farm for me a bit? I don't really understand it at all.
Yeah, so we have the Iowa State Daily Media. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm only talking to one person, so I apologize. The Iowa State Daily Media Group is the umbrella business. As part of that, we have two primary businesses. We have the news side of the organization, which is what you're aware of with the Iowa State Daily. We also have Model Farm, which was created 4 years ago as an incubator for creative services. We were looking to try to find opportunities to drive more revenue to pay our bills, right? We did that in short order based on some experience that our staff had, and we were able to build a successful business in that space. That's existed for 4 years. Last year, that accounted for about $350,000 in revenue, which is really significant for us because it was zero 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. I was just curious, you said the right business model. I know that I've heard in the past that that's something that the Iowa State Daily is trying to look at to extend. Then, I guess between the money
Vice Speaker Schroeder, 30 seconds.
Between the Iowa State Daily brings in and expenses, what is that now? Will this cover some of it, most of it? What's that?
Yeah, again, this funding covers about 24% of our proposed budget at this point. And so we have to rely on all of the other mechanisms to drive revenue to come up with the other 76%.
Senator Renci.
Yeah, good evening. Hey, one thing that I hear a lot from my constituents is there are a lot of questions about the consistency of quality of things that they're reading in the Daily. How do you look to continue to improve the consistency of quality of what you publish in the Daily?
That is a really great question, and I'm sure as many of you guys are involved in student orgs, a lot of turnover and a lot of people come in, they a lot of people have different levels of writing experience. A lot of people are ready to go the minute they walk in, and a lot of people need a lot more help than others, and that's totally fine because we are a student organization. We're not perfect, but we really are trying to be. And so quality is always an issue, and making sure that we are preparing and making sure that we're getting the best level of quality. Like we said, we have a lot of great alumni and professionals who work really closely with our staff. So we have extensive trainings that we really need to definitely bring up more often. We usually do them twice a semester and bring in people from our old editor-in-chief now works at USA Today, and all these alumni coming in and doing hardcore hitting workshops, and making sure that quality is always up to standard, and making sure and working with our editors and making sure that as many eyes are on it as possible. And so improving quality is always something we're working on, as we are all students and all have different levels. So it's making sure we're addressing people where they're at and making sure they reach that standard. A lot of times we won't even publish some articles because the editor reads them and we won't have them publish it. Like, especially if it's your first couple stories. I've had, when I was a CALS reporter and I didn't know many things about agriculture, it took me a while to get me on the upswing. I ended up loving it, but my first couple articles were rough. But that's how you got to start out. Our editors are also required with their new reporters to guide them through their first couple articles and sit through. So we're always looking forward, working with our professional staff and our editorial staff to ensure that quality.
And one thing I might offer to that is we pride ourselves as an organization on being 100% accessible. So if there's somebody who wants to be a part of our organization, write for our organization, we allow them in and we help train them up to the level that meets publishing standards. So I think that's really critical. Now, the difference between our organization and almost every other organization is every single day of your college career, our mistakes are on display for you, right? And so even if we're batting, 900, you're gonna see mistakes. So I think that's a key component of what the learning process is with our organization too.
When you take those students on, do they instantly become paid employees?
Can you say that again?
So you say that like students are paid to write for the Daily, but when you take on people who you're training, are they taken on as paid employees?
So we have a variety of students who are unpaid as well as paid. So some students are paid on an hourly basis based on their job descriptions. Some students are paid on stipends. Some students are unpaid completely, right? So it just depends where they are in the process and the roles that they have.
And then you said you have 80,000 readership people. Is that per year? Can you give me what that number?
So 80,000 is our reach on a daily basis, right? When we look at all of the platforms that we publish on. So all of our social media, our digital, our daily dose, our print copies, that's our number relative to the daily touch for all individuals that we touch base on a daily basis.
Do you have any like further statistics on like interaction or like time spent on actually reading it or like?
Yes, so we've had on and off analytics throughout the year, throughout my time here and trying to find someone who's going to stay in that position for a while. We most recently are working with Chartbeat, a system that we're able to share analytics with top couple other universities, our like sister universities. And so we just got a new analytics editor and we are just starting to see trends and things like that. We used to use Google Analytics. That's like SEO and that kind of space we're really trying to get into. But we average about 70,000 to 90,000 page views a week online.
Do you know how many people like actually open up and like can read the whole thing like through those analytics to see?
It differs per day. Our daily dose open rate.
Yeah, so our daily dose open rate for students is about 46%, right? For faculty and staff, it's about 52%. The scroll rate for students is 84%, and the scroll rate for faculty and staff is over 90%. I just don't recall the number off the top of my head.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And just another quick note, if Lawrence made me think about the quality question. We are always taking corrections or concerns. If you don't tell us we made a mistake, we don't know that we made a mistake, and how are we supposed to get better? So that's why we have a very open, like, if you come to us and some of us, like, maybe misquoted you, and you can be like, here, I have the evidence, or like, that's not right, we will issue a correction, we will issue an editor's note and like fix that immediately. Because we will recognize that we're not perfect, we're students, but also, like Lauren said, it has a really big impact, so we're always trying to correct those. So open door policy, I've met with a lot of different clubs and organizations, and my door is honestly always open. So.
Senator Stanley.
Thank you.
I just have a couple more questions. Following up a bit on that, is there, can I just ask you to comment a bit on the current leadership structure in the daily as far as the students go? Is there going to be continuity in it going forward? What do you think?
Oh, like applications for positions?
Sure, yeah.
I will be involved with the Daily next year. I'm not going to be editor-in-chief again, but we have a couple other candidates applying currently, and that process is very detailed. I remember going through it. It's a 10-page strategic plan, extensive cover letters, a 20-minute publication to the board, 10 samples of your work. It's very extensive. Our digital managing editor is graduating, and our print managing editor is a sophomore, but I don't know exactly her plans. So a lot of the upper level positions are kind of, but that's how naturally it goes. I was a news editor, and then I was editor-in-chief, and we have a lot of those people just working their way up and getting that experience. So sometimes we have a lot of new leaders coming in, and that takes a lot of training, just like you guys. When you get into a new position, you got to learn the ins and outs and all that stuff. So, but a lot of us do stick around, especially when you get to the upper stages. And I'll still be around the Daily next year just to lend a guiding hand and as well, if that answers.
And could I ask for a few more comments on Model Farm? Just like what, Lawrence, you mentioned that it's, you know, creative ideas and projects. What does that mean specifically? What is like the day-to-day in Model Farm?
Yeah,
What are their
so
day-to-day projects?
You bet. So we call it a creative services incubator. A more general term that you might be familiar with is like an ad agency, right? So we function in a content creation model, whether that's design, videography, photography, and copywriting. So what we've done is we've used that to create a career path through our entire business for students. A lot of times people will come in on the news organization side, they'll build their writing skills, and then they'll determine that they've received all they can from a learning experience from the Daily. And now we're able to offer them opportunities to advance those writing skills in more of a commercial environment. And so that's what we did. Some of the work that you may be familiar with is every year at graduation, the registrar's office plays a video about students who are graduating and they read letters. I don't know if you've all seen these, but we do that work. Model Farm has done 100% of the design work around the principles of community for the university. So when you see videos and posters, we did that work. When you see the work of the videos at new student orientation, what's the event called? Destination Iowa State. We do those videos. We support faculty research and the work that they're doing. We aid from a consulting perspective with those faculty members who are trying to understand how to place marketing inside their grants. So we support them in that way. There's just a variety of ways that we've done. We also support a significant number of student organizations, rebranding, posters, email templates, those sorts of things as well. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
You
I
bet.
yield.
Senator Ludwig. Vice Speaker Schrader.
Okay, sorry, more questions. So, can I ask, like the raw numbers or like rough estimates are rounded to the nearest 50,000 of, you know, what are your personnel costs, and what % of that goes to professional staff, and what % goes to students around there? If
I would have to do more research to give that. I'm sorry. I just mentally I don't have that information with me at the moment.
Okay.
Can you ask a different question that maybe I can get you the information that you're looking for?
maybe here's a different way. So, you know, how many professional staff are there? What are their roles, and how would the Daily be impacted by the removal of their positions?
Yeah, so we have 9 professional staff members full-time. That is on the lower end of our colleagues that operate at our organization's size, right? We have my role, which is to oversee the business and the administrative relationships of the organization. We have somebody in charge of operations. We have an accountant, and then we have individuals who exist to support the different business units from a teaching, coaching, and mentoring standpoint. So we have an editorial advisor. We have a videographer person on staff. We have a design director on staff. So we kind of backfill the roles that our students have with student talent in order to be able to support that. When you look at the number of students that we're supporting on an annual basis, we should have about 4 more staff members to reach the average number in our industry. So we're already running below that from a staffing perspective relative to the number of students that we're serving.
Okay. And then if the printing goes down, as I imagine it probably will,
Yep.
to 3 or 1 or 0, would that impact the number of students at the Iowa State Daily?
Yes, so 2 ways to answer that question, right? The first question that I think is important for you to understand is that at this funding level, we will likely reduce 2 professional positions within our organization, right? We will also reduce probably somewhere around 15% of paid student organization or student positions within our organization. So that's how the funding works relative to the positions that we have. Now, can you ask your question one more time so I can answer it directly?
Does this lowering of print days reduce the amount of students at the Daily?
Yeah, and actually, I should ask you to talk about that.
Honestly, one of the reasons I came here is because we had a 5-day-a-week print product, and that's one of the reasons I came to Iowa State. I also was looking at Iowa for that same reason. They both have 5-day-a-week print products because that's something that's very important to me as a journalism major. So honestly, we'll see if time could tell, but the experience really could be like people coming to the Iowa State Daily. But if anyone wants to work here, we'll still continue to let them work here. We're not going to turn people away because that's not what we do. Journalism isn't going away, it's just changing. Which when I tell people my major is journalism, I get the, oh, cool, like print's dying kind of thing. And I just tell them it's more important now than ever. We'll always have ways to support the community just in different ways, so we'll always take people on staff, depending on whatever capacity that is.
Okay. So then, I guess I would say, I know it'd be tough to go away from 5 days a week, but I would just, if we pass this contract, please let this be the only student money that comes to the Daily in the next 5 years. Like even taking money from the university is still indirectly student money, and so I hope we get back on track and that this is a long-term commitment that the Iowa State Daily takes seriously. And if you want to respond to that,
Yeah, I think what I would offer is for 120 years, we didn't take money from the university or from students, right? When the media environment changed so dramatically, the reality is that we weren't running a business that had enough foresight to understand the impacts of that organization. And that was far before the time of the leadership that exists there today. So I would underscore the fact that we're not only taking it seriously, but we're looking at what sustainability looks like. And so when we talk about a 5-day-a-week print experience, we want to make sure that that's a sustainable offering. And so that's really what we're looking at. So I certainly appreciate your point and recognize that we're taking it incredibly seriously.
Cool. Thanks. I'll yield.
Yeah, and as a student organization, again. No, I just want to underscore, like I said, we know how serious of an investment this is, and we take everything super seriously. It's when we're called a student org, it's like kind of, but we're a very big business, it feels like sometimes, and we just completely understand. Going back to a long-term contract would be extremely amazing and beneficial to us, like you said, so we can have that long-term relationship, and not have to go back year after year, figure out where money's coming from. And even as students, I see it every day when I go to work, the amount of people who are impacted by the Daily day-to-day, and all of them just take it extremely seriously. So I can't emphasize our gratitude enough. Seriously, thank you.
Senator Klass.
Yeah, I'm going to yield to Finance Director Matt Mueller.
So the special, everybody has spoken on this a little bit, but the Special Student Fee and Tuition Committee decided to cut the Daily fee and move them back under student government because we felt that they were still a student organization, like you said, but it was just kind of a weird other fee that we wanted back under us. The Daily has been awesome about working with us to try to get them back under us. I think it's hard to have a private business trying to run when you don't know where you're getting money from for the next year, and then to be moved to this spot and then moved back. They've really been cooperative with all of this, so I'm very grateful for everything that they've done. These are full-time jobs that they are trying to get money for, so that's kind of a big deal. I do think that we went back and forth on the dollar amount. The Daily has really compromised a lot on the dollar amount. They've gotten anywhere from nothing to, like you said, maybe almost $500,000 last year. The contract before that was for $140,000. So they're kind of on this roller coaster, but we are working our best to do what's best for students, to make sure that we're not spending too much money on this compared to other orgs, but making sure that they are still functioning. And students are still having this opportunity. So I think that there have been a lot of questions. At first, it was Special Student Fee and Tuition Committee just cut the Daily, and that's not what happened. We really put this money in the Stugo account to go to them. We feel that this $340 is hopefully sustainable for the next 5 years. They do not anticipate coming for more money. We are not anticipating giving them any more money for the next 5 years. So this has been a really long process. This wasn't just a short thing. So if anybody has more questions about how we got to where we are right now, maybe that doesn't need to be asked right here. We can definitely talk about that too. I do want to let you know that this money is already accounted for in our big picture bill, so you don't have to worry about pulling additional money if that was something people were worried about, just so you're aware. So thank you.
I appreciate all of Madison's help on this as well. She's been very helpful.
Thank you, Madison. Senator Olacard. Oh.
Past 3 fiscal years, so you guys can look at that, because I know there was a question that Vice Speaker Schrader had about revenue, and you can actually see the breakdown of the words are really hard, I'm tired. The income for officers as well as income for other staff. And so I did notice that there was an increase in the 2 fiscal years that I looked at for current officers, about $20,000, but other wages decreased by $30,000. So the concern that you're operating at an at-cost business, but then cutting wages of, it sounds like, the students, how do you guys plan on accounting for that in the future without compromising and simply putting more money in the officers' wallets?
Yeah, so we decreased the number of professional staff members that we had. So the professional staff members who are there are doing more work than what they were. When we look at the student salaries, we actually increased by $10,000 the payroll for students last year as part of that process.
And then my other question was, I did see that your revenue that comes from advertising is over $800,000. So is there plans to increase that to also accumulate more revenue from that, as it is a really large portion of your total revenue? I also saw that there was subscriptions as well. Can you go a little bit more into that?
Yeah, so subscriptions are individuals who pay for a subscription for us. So we are the most tightly constricted student news organization nationally because a lawsuit from 1997 where the Ames Tribune sued the university and sued the Daily for unfair competition. So subscription is not really a significant revenue opportunity for us because we're not allowed to do that legally. So those subscriptions are individuals who come through the door and want to pay us, and a large portion of the one that you're looking at is delayed. So in all likelihood, I don't know what you're looking at, but it's probably the last student government subscription payment because that's classified as a subscription as well. So if the number is significant, that's what's included there.
Well, so I did see the government grant is what it looks like that we've given. And so then the subscription document, I'm actually looking at the tax document from 2019, so it's not that long ago, was $140,000. So you're counting our grant to you as a subscription.
Yep, legally, that's the way we're supposed to document it. Yep, and when you look at grants, we have a fee-for-services contract with the USDA that counts as government funding. So if that's $80,000, that's what that is.
Okay. And last but not least, sorry, I have a lot of questions. I have noticed that in the 3 different documents I've been looking at, overall, your total revenue has decreased along with total service revenue, total investment income, total contributions and grants increased slightly, but everything else looks like it's declining. So how do you plan on accounting for that? I know you say you're not going to come back and ask for more money, but I'm looking at a trend of decline.
Yeah.
So can you just elaborate more on that?
Yeah, so part of that is Model Farm, right? So some of the work that we're doing is we're trying to build our own revenue base, right? So Model Farm, again, 4 years ago was 0 income, right? So now they account for, last year they accounted for about $350,000 of our income. So as that's increasing, the trend for news organizations across the country, both in the professional space and the collegiate space, is that those revenues are declining. So every day and every year, we're trying to come up with new revenue opportunities. One of the things that we're spending time on is what we call custom publishing. So what that means is there's units at Iowa State that are hiring us and our content creators to develop publications for them. So one example of that is the Department of Public Safety. We now, for the 3rd year, are doing their annual report. So they're taking those funds that they used to pay other people to do, and they're utilizing our students to do that. So we're doing a lot of those sorts of things to try to create new revenue streams.
I think that overall, those are all the questions I have. I yield.
Senator Ludwig.
Yeah, so I guess just kind of pulling back out, kind of a lot of been talking about. There's some kind of pros and cons with the contract. I think obviously there's some real. It's a very large commitment for us, and think we're all pretty much aware of the fiscal cliff that we are rapidly approaching. Things are going to get more and more difficult for student government in the coming years. And I know there are mechanisms within this contract to allow for that. I'm not sure that I am behind those mechanisms 100%, but it's better than nothing. But there are also real benefits to having the daily around and having them provide the service that they do. I think a lot of what they've talked about tonight has shown that there's real engagement from the community, that a lot of people use this service. I also think there's not an inconsequential value to, telling the university's story and telling the story of, our students. I know it looks pretty pricey. It is pretty pricey, but I think it's a valuable thing. And I think the organization has shown a lot of effort to try and reform and change and find new ways to survive. I think Farm's a very interesting way of doing that. I'm really excited to see more from that in the coming years. I appreciate them trying to make those changes. And so I think a lot of you know that, at least in the office and conversations with you, I've been kind of pretty critical of the daily. I've had a lot of concerns. And I can't say I'm exactly, in love with the situation that we're at. It's a lot of money.
Senator Ludwig, we 30 seconds to the time of the bill exhausting. So.
Do you want me to move to
Take your time. I mean,
okay.
it's your time.
Yes. There's a lot of uncertainty, but I think I really appreciate the value that this service provides. I think it's a great asset for our community. I think they're doing a lot of work to change. I'd like to reiterate Vice Speaker Schrader's point that, please follow through on those promises. But with all that in mind, I think this is a good contract, and I would encourage everyone to vote for it.
We just exhausted the time on the bill, so we'll just go ahead and move into voting on the bill. Senator Vet. Olicard.
No.
Bender. Blair. Khan. Culbertson. Dollinger. Green. Gonzalez. Han Young. Johnson. Class. Klein. Klein. Lipford. Ludwig. Mass. Origer. Rice. Rinchi. Rolling. Samanu. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Tonet. Zastro. Khan. Searles. Zastro. With a vote of 22 to 5 to 0, this funding request passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 2019-3-26 SA Tau Connect contract with Vice Chair Lifford.
Hi, so I'll yield my time to Senior Director of Health and Director of Health and Wellness, RBC, and Dr. Haynes, I believe.
Hey y'all, so I brought Dr. Haynes for backup just in case I get a little anxious. So this is something that we've been working on since October. I'm very excited to talk to you all about. I've talked to some people. Cabinet's probably tired of hearing about it, but so TAO stands for Therapy Assisted Online. Yeah, so there's two sides to the app, and it's open to all students, graduate students, and undergraduate students. And it's a partnership with Student Counseling Services, so we're really excited about this. There's two sides of the app. Like I said, there's a mindfulness side, so you can do all different kinds of things. I sent you all a presentation that TAO sent us, the company did. So you can do different things like for anxiety, depression, there's behavioral activation stuff, there's even stuff for addiction, all these different things that you can do through the app on one side and not be affiliated whatsoever with student counseling. So if you never step foot in student counseling services, you can still use this as a way to kind of get to know yourself, engage in mindfulness activities, and get yourself through really stressful semesters, life changes, those types of things. And on the other side of the app is if you do go to student counseling, you do your walk-in hours Monday through Thursday, and you meet with a counselor and they say, you know, we recommend you for this service. It is an online counseling app. Through that, you can see a counselor through the counseling services there, and they say there's 10 to 15-minute appointments that you'll be able to do through video counseling, and they'll assign you different surveys and homework through the app that they can track. You can track your progress, your digression, and things like that. One of the really great things that I like about this is that if you do show levels of crisis, there'll be a notification that pops up specific to ISU to say, call the National Suicide Hotline, reach out to a friend, your support system, your counselor, text ISU to 741-741, those types of things that'll all be customized through our app. Dr. Haynes has put this app through at other universities before, so we kind of have like an OG, it's fine. But he has done this before, so I'm really confident in the ability to get this up and running and really great. I really love this app also because not only does it provide a really great service to students on the other end, on one side too, we're getting training for our full-time staff there, and then hopefully the students that work up there too in the counseling program. This is a wonderful way for them to get experience using this type of counseling app that honestly is growing in the counseling community, so I'm really excited that we get to have that here as another way to pull students into our graduate programs, our undergraduate programs, and those types of things. So I'm really excited about it, and we're really excited with the partnership with SCS, and yeah, I will accept any questions. Please ask me questions, I'm ready.
Senator Ahania.
All right. This app is something that I talked with Chris Haynes about. He's very passionate about this, and the fact that he's worked on this before is a big thing. That means that we already have a plan kind of set out. And going through this is a very holistic, complete way for students to get the help that they need. Students, 1 in 3 of college students are going to see this in their time here. And going back to, I know that this is something that was brought up in campaigns, but I'm going to leave that separate. I think this is just very important. Student government needs to be focusing on mental health every single time. Obviously, there's a price with this, but this is going to be promoted hopefully to every single student once they get here, so that we don't have the same issue with students saying, I don't feel like I can make it the time commitment to go see a counselor. I feel like my issues are manageable, I want to take independence in them, and I want to take pride in my own mental health. And I think this is a very tangible way for students to finally have a lot more control over their own health and well-being, just like you would with physical health. Make sure that you're taking the right steps for washing your hands, making sure you're not coughing on people. You want to do the same with mental health, and I think this is a way that we can provide them the resources to do it, rather than them coming to the university and saying, do this for me. Yield.
Yeah, and to that, like, I want to say that this is a really great way for ISU to get ISU student government really to say, like, I'm going to put numbers aside, prices aside, which it's less than $1 a person, so that's cool. But and just say, like, I see a person before I see the number. I see your issues, you as a soul, you as a person, rather than like you're a price to me. And I think this is a really great way to say that. From like the Daily said, we'll see you freshman to senior, 5th year, graduate, whatever, or if you're a faculty here someday, you'll be like seen with this app the entire way through. So I'm really, really excited about this opportunity.
Vice Speaker Schrader.
Cool. Seems like really cheap for the services it offers. What happens after 3 years? Who's paying for it?
Why don't we keep paying for it?
Well, that's why I'm confused why it's 3 years and not longer.
Okay, so we chose 3 years because it's the first like time we're doing this, and we chose not 5 because we wanted to be able to come back and say, we're not naive to say maybe there's something different and better than Tau that comes out, and we want to be able to reapproach that. That's one of the things in the contract, that if at any time we do notice that something new, different, better comes about, that we can reapproach that later within the contract. But we chose 3 over 5 just because it's new, and we want to run it to see how well it goes.
Okay. And then, so the student health fee, I So we normally try and keep the buckets of fees separate. So is there a plan to eventually have this taken over by student health? Or are we going to try, because I'm just, I don't want student government to forget about this or anything like that and it to fall by the wayside. And we also do have a health fee already.
I appreciate you asking about that. So the health fee is $128 as of before the change to increase it. So 100 of that dollar, 100 of the 128 goes toward TLIN. That's the funding, that's where they go. They're not funded by tuition whatsoever. 12 of the dollars goes to psychiatric services or psychological services, which includes 2 psychiatric providers and 3 counselors, which is about $80,000 per position. And then the rest of the 8 goes towards a facility fee that helps over at TLIN as well. Because and none of that money goes to student wellness. So the money that they get outside of the student wellness fee comes from tuition, government grants, stuff like that. So that's where our health fee dollars are going. So I really appreciate that you asked that because most of it goes towards TLIN to make those services available and relatively inexpensive. So what happens with this is why I think student government should at least be the ones that start this off and be the ones to continue it is because we are students that look for students first. And I love when students are involved in stuff like this because it's putting a student voice in it and it's not saying like, oh, I remember when I was in college in 2002 and I loved it. No, so we're here, we're now, we're in this moment, which if you're in counseling, you'll know that here and now is a really great thing. So we learn about that and making this a priority every single term and every single time is a wonderful thing and something that should be a priority for everyone. Because if you can't make it through a stressful semester because we just don't have the resources, you don't have the resources, we lose thousands and thousands of dollars from students coming here anyway. So if we can't support them while we're here, what are we doing here?
Yeah. So I don't know. So I think 3-year contract is great. Maybe we have enough time to maybe in 3 years we increase the student health fee by $1 and siphon it off to student wellness or something like that. Maybe to try and, I don't know. I just think it would be a better place for it. But I get that it currently doesn't do that and having a contract now to start it up. But we have a 3-year runway, so we can figure that out as we go without a call to question.
There's been a call to question on the contract as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Vet. Ollicott. Yes. Bender. Yes. Blair. Yes. Khan. Yes. Dollinger. Yes. Fritz. Culbertson. Yes. Green. Yes. Gonzalez. Yes. Hanyang. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Class. Yes. Klein. Yes. Klein. Yes. Lipford. Yes. Ludwig. Mass. Yes. Origer. Yes. Rice. Yes. Rinchi. Rolling. Simanu. Yes. Schrader. Yes. Searles. Yes. Stanley. Yes. Tonet. Yes. Zastro. Yes. With a vote of 24-003, this contract passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving on to 2019-3-25Y, Court Reform Bylaw Changes, the Rules Committee. Madam Speaker.
Okay, so this is our court reform bylaw change bill. Vice Speaker Schrader worked really, really hard to compile everything that needs to be in the bylaws for our new constitution that just got passed. It is 9 pages long, so there's that. But Vice Speaker Schrader will happily take any questions that you have on this bill. I yield.
Senator Ludwig. Vice Speaker Schrader, would you want to give 2 cents?
So this is kind of a complicated thing. I did it in one sitting over the course of like 7 hours. So if you can please, you don't like now, maybe like it's a little quick, but if you could go through the proposed changes and see that everything makes sense. I tried to line it up well and check all the boxes that we passed. I tried my best, but I imagine there's probably something that's wrong in it just because of how big it is. And I would say especially the impeachment part, I tried my best to make the bylaws mash of a mix of the old ones and the new ones. but of like keeping kind of the old way Senate used to go right up until we had the impeachment trial, then it moves over to the court. I tried my best, so if there's any mistakes at any time, please let whoever's running Rules Committee next year know, and they can clean it up in a bit. It would have been nice to have an extra week on this, but sometimes we have a pandemic and we can't do that. So, sorry everybody, I tried.
Deal. Senator Zastrow.
Just for the purposes of future senates looking back on this bill, could we just add another senator to the document so there's no confusion that the Rules Committee includes another senator, so that there are two on the bill?
Madam Speaker, do you want to take it as a friendly in? Madam Speaker is the Rules Committee, as I believe, so.
Awesome, thank you. I just wanted, I don't want the Supreme Court to overturn the bylaws, saying, yeah, Supreme Court has the power to overturn bylaws. Seeing no the placards, I will call the question.
Call to question. There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Vet. Yes. Olicard. Yes. Bender. Yes. Blair. Yes. Khan. Yes. Culbertson. Yes. Dodlinger. Yes. Gonzalez. Yes. Green. Yes. Anyang. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Class. Yes. Klein. Yes. Klein. Yes. Lipford. Yes. Ludwig. Yes. Mass. Yes. Orger. Yes. Rice. Yes. Rinchi. Yes. Rolling. Yes. Samanu. Yes. Schrader. Yes. Searles. Yes. Stanley. Yes. Tonet. Yes. Zastrow. Yes. With a vote of 27 to 0, this bylaw change bill passes. Moving on to 2019-3-36 SR, Layout Acknowledgement of Native Displacement Land Act with Senator Searles.
I don't have to say title, right?
Nope.
Oh, man. Well, the title is, yeah, I already said that. Yeah, basically this is, so since we're going to vote on it, I'll give a quick rundown. This is a project to basically make a permanent display in Parks Library with a posted land acknowledgement statement, as well as eventually a digital display of some kind that outlines the history of Iowa, the indigenous populations of Iowa, resources that Parks Library has for furthered education about current and past nations that call Iowa home, possibly going over treaties of removal, kind of making it so it's more education focused instead of just saying, hey, we acknowledge the land that we're on as initially indigenous, and leaving it at that. So it's a 3-phase plan. This has been worked out with multiple offices, and there's some deadlines in here. Y'all have it, so you can read it. I will let y'all take questions.
Did you say call? There's been a call to question, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. There's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the bill by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the bill has passed. Moving on to 2019-3-33F, funding student office space lockers with Senator Class.
Yeah, just to start off, I'm going to make an amendment to change the enacted, I can't do it with a friendly number. To change the enacted clause to read $9,999.73, according to the updated one that Director Mueller sent out.
There's been a motion to move to amend the bill to the stated amount on the screen. Is there a second? There's been a second. We move into discussion. Senator Class.
Call the question.
There's been a call to question, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote, and there's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the primary amendment by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the amendment stands approved. Senator Class.
I'm going to yield to Director Mueller.
Director Mueller.
That will never get old. So this is not the current quote. They can speak on it better. Kevin Merrill can. But they remeasured some stuff, so it ended up being a little bit more. They had to move things because of fire and the sprinklers, so they had to remeasure and move some stuff. But Kelsey and Lauren have worked very, very hard on getting this figured out with Student Activity Center. Just a brief recap that the basement is where orgs currently store stuff. If you've ever been to the basement, it's kind of janky and the stairs are a little sketchy and it's kind of gross and dungeony and people, it's not inviting. It's not a place where you're like, oh, I just want to store this for a few days. It's like you want to have things long term that you pull up maybe once a year. It's not just very user friendly. So we're hoping that these lockers will be a lot easier for orgs to store stuff. Also, one of the things that we found is I think some organizations are using those rooms just to store things, like they're doing office hours in them just to complete their office hours so they can have an office that they can store things in, and that's not a good use of space. If we have orgs that actually want to use those offices as offices, hopefully that if we have these lockers, people that just want to store stuff can store stuff, people that actually want offices can use these offices that the MU provides for us for free, which is really nice, but now people can actually use them for their correct purpose. I will, if Kevin, do you want to talk about it a little bit more, just because he's been the head of this project, him and Kelsey, so.
Hi, everyone. We've been working on this project since September, maybe, to try to figure out a way to help student organizations have a place to keep their belongings without having to go up and down in the basement. We recognize that's not a very accessible space for everyone, but it's the space that we currently have, so that's what we work with. I've been doing a number of quotes, so I apologize, the numbers are a little, they've fluctuated up and down. We're trying to narrow in exactly on what would fit the spaces that we're looking at putting lockers in. Right now, we're looking at the West Student Office space. There's a number of places where there's either like upper or lower cabinetry already installed, and we're looking at instead putting about 5 to 6 foot tall vertical lockers instead, which would, I'm not super great at just figuring out like cubic feet off the top of my head. I'm gonna guess it's probably going to triple that space based on just an upper and a lower and if there was a middle cabinet. So I think this is gonna be a pretty, it's gonna be a pretty useful change, although if you were to come in there in a year and see them, it might not look like a huge change in storage is gonna take place. But we think there's going to be approximately 32, 34 lockers of various sizes, approximately 2 foot by 2 foot, and then a variety of heights ranging from 24 inches to 72 inches approximately. So that's a pretty good amount of space to put things like, if an organization has, just thinking through what we have in the basement right now, we have an organization that has board games. They could use one of the smaller lockers up for, some organizations have tall, self-defense, human-sized things that would fit in a taller locker, and then they don't have to carry that up and down the stairs every time they want to use that. So that's kind of what we're looking at doing. I think this is going to free up other options down the line, like Madison mentioned, where some student organizations might opt to instead have a storage space rather than storing things in a cubicle or an office space. There are lots of schools that are kind of moving in this direction to have more storage for student organizations. Just this week, a number of individuals had a student office space meeting and kind of asked some questions about what we could do better, and storage came up, cubicles came up as a storage location rather than a workspace. So we do have some student feedback. This wasn't just driven by some of our perceptions of what students' wants are. Anything else that you wanted me to mention, Madison or Kelsey?
Madam Speaker.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to add a note that this is part of like a bigger project overall to just like bring more students into those student office spaces. Right now they're pretty, like most of the people that use them are either like student organizations like us that already have those spaces, or like a couple of people that have found them and like realized that they're a great space to hang out. So the point of bringing in the lockers is to bring in just more student orgs in general so that they can also use that space, but then it's a part of like a whole other bigger process that we'll want to do eventually, where we're going to switch things up and just overall like kind of renovate the whole thing. So this is just the first step into like bringing more students and making it a more student-friendly space. So I yield.
Senator Zastro.
So I guess this is a question for Speaker Culbertson then. Earlier in the year, there was discussion about like what the future of the east and west office would look like from like a construction perspective. Is this like an alternative to that, or is this something that would be here for 2 and 3 years before a larger project comes through?
Yeah, so if a larger project comes through, that will be a long, decent ways down the road, at least like 5 years. The MU is going through like a top-down kind of renovation process. And so if something happens to either of those spaces, like construction-wise, like if a wall gets blown out or something, that'll be, I think, past our time. But you can certainly think about it. But this is like the start to at least like fixing up those spaces and making them more usable.
Okay. I was just thinking $10,000 is a lot of money. And if it would not be worth it if this is a short-term solution. But if it's Madison Mueller, what's up? Finance Director Mueller.
In full transparency, this is not this is just the total for the lockers themselves. The next line item transfer bill is for all of the installation, the MU charges, labor, stuff like that. So it's both of these bills are combined, just so you're aware before you vote on this one.
Is that also in the packet?
I think we added it because it was sent out late, so it is. I do not think it's in the packet. It should have been in my report tonight. It is just a line item transfer for $8,000 for labor, installation, repainting the walls when they put them in, making sure that whatever else needs to be done is done. We don't know exactly what that's going to be yet because they have not quoted it exactly, but that seemed to be an estimate.
Okay, I yield.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. These are not like lockers that we're gonna like put in and then like in 5 years something crazy happens, like get rid of them. We're like keeping them. This is like to permanently like stop people from having to use rickety shelves in the basement and stuff like that. So if that helps at all, I guess. I yield.
Further discussion? There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole. Is there a second? There's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Vet. Senator Alucard. Yes. Bender. Yes. Blair. Yes. Khan. Yes. Culbertson. Yes. Dollinger. Yes. Green. Yes. Gonzalez. Yes. Han Young. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Class. Yes. Klein. Klein. Lipford. Yes. Ludwig. Yes. Mass. Yes. Origer. Yes. Rice. Yes. Rinchi. Yes. Rolling. Yes. Samanu. Yes. Schrader. Yes. Searles. Yes. Stanley. Yes. Tonet. Yes. Zastro. No. Klein. Advet. With a vote of 25 to 1, this funding request passes. Moving on to 2019-3-33F, SEC line item transfer. Oh, there's been a motion to move to strike Senator Klein from the roll. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, Senator Klein has been struck. Who's the author on the Senator Class?
Surely me. I'm gonna yield to her name, Madison
Finance
Mueller.
Director Miller.
So like I just said, this is a line item transfer. So the Fall Club Fest was canceled and because of the rain. So because they had to move it inside, the money that was supposed to be allocated towards tents was never spent. So we're hoping to line item transfer that money that is currently in their budget for the tents to go towards labor, installation, painting, minor fixes to the basement. There's a couple shelves that fell down that we would like to fix so that the basement is still functional for people that want to use it long term, so that there's not just space for nothing. So a couple safety things, but any questions on this?
There's been a call to question on the line item transfer, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Vet. Yes. Alucard. Yes. Bender. Yes. Blair. Yes. Khan. Yes. Culbertson. Yes. Dodlinger. Yes. Green. Yes. Gonzalez. Han Young. Johnson. Class. Klein. Lippert. Ludwig. Mass. Orger. Rice. Rice. Renshi. Rolling. Samanu. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Stanley. Tonet. Zastro. 20. With a vote of 25 to 0 to 1, this line item transfer passes. Moving on to 2019-3-29Y, revising and bestowing. Wait, we're going to my Move down to 2019-3-29Y, revising and bestowing additional responsibilities to the Director of Academic Affairs with Senator Rice.
Okay, so this is a bill that Sarah Mooney wanted to I yield to Senator Ludwig.
Yeah, so this is just a little bit of a further outline of the Director of Academic Affairs' role in the bylaws. Sarah Moody just wanted things to be a little bit more clear because it had one very vague line. I believe that's the first ordered clause revised that line, and then the additional ones added some more clarification about what we want the role to do. Pretty simple bylaw change. If you have any questions, you can ask Senator Rice or myself, but it's pretty simple overall. Yield.
Further questions, discussion? There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole. There's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. It's a bylaw change bill. Senator Advet. Senator Advet. Senator Alicard. Bender. Blair. Khan. Culbertson. Dodlinger. Green. Gonzalez. Han Young. Johnson. Class. Klein. Lippert. Ludwig. Mass. Orger. Rice. Renshi. Rolling. Samanu. Schrader. Searles. Stanley. Tonet. Zastro. Klein. 25 to 0 to 1. With a vote of 25 to 0 to 1, this bylaw change bill passes. Moving on to 2019-3-32Y, the Fantastic Four rewrite with Senator Ludwig. Wow.
All right, this is the last time I'm doing this. Yeah, so Rules Committee did bylaw review over Chapter 4. This bill consists of all the recommended changes. So I'll kind of just skim over it. Most of the changes are to kind of some of the speaking rules updates. So like updates, we brought all the different committee updates in line with each other. With speaking privileges, we kind of clarified exactly who has the right to speak on legislation and how students will be able to speak to it. We clarified it so that a senator will have to yield to a student. That line of reasoning kind of derived from the fact that we're elected to these positions to speak to these bills, and so we should be the primary people talking about it. And if a senator wants to bring a student into the discussion, they still have the right to, they still can still be there, but the discussion should at least start with us, and then individual senators can choose to expand beyond that. And then the kind of probably biggest change is adding a period of debate. This is kind of reflecting something that's common in like our state legislature and other legislatures throughout the country. Usually there's a sort of period of debate rather than just kind of one general discussion period that we kind of have. So in the period of debate, the author of the bill doesn't speak on the bill, but they get an introductory period right before, and they get to have a closing argument right after. So they get the first and final word on the bill, but they don't speak during the period unless someone asks them a question. So it's kind of a different way of approaching the bill. I think it gives a lot to the author because they get the first and last word, but it also kind of stops us from a situation where maybe someone really likes one concept and they got a co-sponsor and then they hold Senate up for, 20 or 30 minutes or whatever. But overall, I think it's a more efficient way to do it. I think it's a better process. And then there were some minor clarifications to a couple of different motions. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Senator Ludwig, do you realize that the bill was ended and be it further?
Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to make an amendment. Thank you. I would like to, I move to strike and be it further and add an ordered clause that says, will go, oh God, how do I word this? Such changes will go into effect immediately. Oh, such changes will go into effect at the end of the session.
There's an motion to amend and strike be it further and add the order clause stated up on the screen. There's been a second. We move into discussion. Senator Ludwig.
Yeah, so I struck a couple things from this bill like last minute and totally forgot to fix it before I sent it in. So that's my fault. Sorry about that. I called a question on the amendment.
There's been a call to question on the amendment as a whole. There's been a call to question on the amendment. There's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. And there's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the primary amendment by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the amendment stands approved. Senator Ludwig.
I'll yield for questions.
Senator Stanley.
I apologize, Senator Ludwig. I do not have questions. I only have comments. So when Senator Ludwig first approached me with this idea, my gut reaction was, no, why should we change the way that we operate currently? I think it's perfectly fine. But I think after reflecting on it a little bit, it's not a bad idea to try something new, to innovate a little bit. Of course, if it's not working the way it's intended, I'm sure that concerns will be raised next term and we can address it then. But I think for now, this is a very interesting idea, to be sure, and I look forward to seeing how people implement it in the future.
Senator Rinchi.
Two quick questions that I direct to you, Ludwig. So if you have to call the student in to speak, like you have to yield them your time, would that limit the ability of the students to participate in the discussion? Because usually when students come in to like a meeting and they're willing to go through all of this to get to their bill, like they're usually, I just want to make sure that we're not going to limit them and their ability to contribute to that discussion. I guess maybe you could direct questions at them and that might help. Do you see that being a problem?
Yeah, so I understand that concern. I think for the most part, like students can, open forum hasn't changed. They can still speak to bills beforehand. So especially like when there's big bills that are impacting a lot of students or resolutions, students can still come speak at open forum. There's no time constraints there. There's no other issues there. On the bills themselves, a senator would have to yield to them or ask them questions. I think if there's students that are very interested, I assume that the co-sponsor or the authors of the bill or a senator in the room would be able to yield to them. It would, I guess, impede it slightly, but I think starting with the principle that we were elected to deal with these issues and then we're expected to invite people into the discussion as we see fit, I think is, I guess, more productive than I guess, having a Senate and then having a bunch of people who can maybe come in and comment on a bill and just kind of hold up a discussion. So it's a little bit more efficient, but I think it still allows for a good amount of public discussion on bills.
Yeah, that's really fair. I guess the only like last thing is like, because you only get 2 speaking terms as a senator, so if you can like bring them more often. But I have a bigger question about giving a person the first and the last ability to speak on a bill, because like when you look at like parliamentarian style debate, like you have, it goes, someone sets the terms and then it goes backwards and it goes over and then it finishes with the whips. Like you make sure that you don't let someone start off setting all the terms and then finish by closing on everything, because then they could have a lot more pull in the debate than if you had some opposition.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. And that's exactly why the balance is to, they can speak to the bill because it's their bill, but during the debate, they don't necessarily get to interject unless they're invited into the discussion. And that's a good way for, I think that kind of puts the responsibility on other senators to be informed about the bills, to discuss the bills, and kind of take it upon themselves rather than the author of the bill leading the discussion, which is, I feel like, what happens a lot of the time. And so I think it's better if other senators kind of get in there themselves, but you kind of got to balance it when you're kind of taking away what is I guess, a valuable power that the author has. And so I think balancing it with giving them the opening and closing is, you can debate whether or not it's equal, but I think it's probably the best compromise for kind of getting the most benefits out of having that like increased efficiency where the discussion is amongst other senators and you don't have someone holding up the Senate, while also making sure that you're not silencing the author's ability to speak to the bill.
Thanks for answering my questions. I yield.
Senator Zastro.
I really appreciate all the work that went into this, and I don't mean this accusatorily at all, but I think this is coming through far too quickly for such a substantial bylaw change that changes how Senate does its proceedings. We got this bill like, less than 24 hours ago, not much more than that, and we're seeing, I didn't know that this was going to be on a second read tonight. I don't think any of us did. I think this bill can be introduced early in the next session, even in the very first meeting or in the first couple meetings. I just think that we need more time to fully consider this bill, to read through it. I haven't read through this at all. And you said that you just deleted some things last second. I just think we need to look through this more. That said, I'm going to motion to postpone this bill indefinitely.
There's been a motion to move to postpone this bill indefinitely. Is there a second? There's been a second. We move into, are there any objections to that? There's been an objection. Do you withdraw? No. We move into, the senator does not withdraw. We move into a 10-minute discussion of whether we should postpone this bill indefinitely or not. I would start off with Senator Mass.
I respect the sentiment, Senator Zastro. This is obviously a very quick change. I think it's broadly true of basically all the bills we're seeing tonight, though, that these are all big decisions for too short of a time period. That being said, this is something that Rules Committee has discussed thoroughly over the past month in many different angles. And it's something that, yes, you got the final bill when the ledge packet got sent out, but it has been thoroughly discussed. I think, too, the big problem with waiting until next session is that because we are changing how Senate runs fundamentally, if we start with 2 weeks of Senate running like it usually does, and then we change the rules on all the new senators in their third week, chaos ensues. In a better world, we would have a week to look this over and think about it some more. Unfortunately, we don't have that time, and it just doesn't work to wait till next session and change rules right away. Because if we change it next session, we're going to have to wait a semester to think about implementing something like this, just to get everyone comfortable enough with the beginning rules and then changing it on them. So with that, I guess I'll vote no on the motion to postpone, just because it's not feasible to wait and try and do this right away next session.
Do you yield? Senator Ludwig.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment from Senator Zastro. I understand the concerns. And obviously, I would have preferred that we had 2 meetings to look at this legislation. But as Senator Mass said, Rules Committee spent a lot of time on this. I will clarify because I know you mentioned it briefly, that I deleted some sections. That was me, when I deleted 2 ordered clauses that basically were related to the period of debate, so it's just changed how it functioned slightly. It wasn't like ideas that were removed so much as I had fine-tuned how that period of debate would work out. But I think we can just, I think it's important that we just continue to discuss this now. I'm, like Senator Mass said, I'm worried about us needing to wait later into next year. I think it's very complicated for us to drop essentially a whole new bylaw structure for discussing bills in the 3rd week. We're probably gonna have to wait till the middle or late second session. I think most of everyone in this room understands kind of the general changes that are in here. I mean, for the most part, it is just the period of debate is probably the largest change, and then the changing of speaking privileges. I would encourage people to vote no on postponing. I think it's important that it changes now, and yeah, I yield.
Senator Zastro.
I understand that we shouldn't be implementing a new system of bylaws upon senators. That said, I also don't think that we should be selecting bylaws just because we should be doing bylaws just because we don't really have time to think them over carefully. Like, we have lots more bills that we need to get through tonight. I don't think that we can have adequate discussion on this bill as a whole. I really just think that we need to wait on this, and if that means that we don't implement these changes until late into the next session, I also think that's reasonable, considering that we've made it this far, and I don't think these changes are, I mean, they might be nice for discussion, but I certainly don't think they're necessary. I yield.
Senator Johnson.
I just don't want to make the assumption that nobody's read them and thought about them, because we've had them for 24 hours, so I just want to bring that up.
Senator Class.
I don't know. I don't know. I guess my thing was, so like you talked about how Rules had it for a month, and that's great and awesome, but like I read your guys' minutes a lot and I don't see a lot of discussion about it. Maybe I'm missing parts and maybe it's just, hey, that's totally fair. You know what? Volunteer minutes, you get what you pay for, and we get nothing, so it's fine. Not nothing. We pay for nothing. My bad. I don't know. I don't really. Yeah, I mean, you're right. We should have read it in the past 24 hours. I'm probably going to vote to postpone it indefinitely, only because I think that it doesn't affect. I don't know. My basic point was that Rules have had it for a long time, and you guys know the bylaws, and like you're all really into that. But like just reading this, it does change a lot, and like there are times where we have like misinterpretations in the middle, and then with the original author not able to speak until the very end, like you would want that to get cleared up in the middle. So they can be asked questions, and I get that, and we do, kind of just like raise our hand and get a question asked, like happens a lot. So I get that, but it does change it in some ways, and I can think of a time where like there's probably going to be some misinterpretations, and then we'd want it cleared up by the original author maybe. So having them have the ability to have a 5-minute speaking period, I think would be beneficial. I don't know. I'm probably going to vote to postpone it indefinitely. Sorry, bye.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Rinchi. You have 4 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I'd have to kind of share in Mason and what Matthew said, because I think that it'd be good for us to spend some more time to look over this, really go through it, say, we've only had it for 24 hours. Yes, it's a lot of time. A lot of us have done a lot of things in these 24 hours, like take tests, go to classes. Like, it's like you really want to stop and just go through this, make sure it's fine. The reason why we're putting so much stuff in front of ourselves tonight is to make sure that we do the things that are the most important to the students. This is something that's important to the people in this room, but not necessarily the students who need funding. Let's make sure that if this is something that will affect future senates, let's put the time in it when it's time for Senate, and I think that tonight's the night for students. And I would vote to postpone this indefinitely because we can pick this up, and maybe it doesn't change till middle of next semester. They're going to be learning a new system anyway. What if we change it in the third meeting? Like, what if they start, and while they're still adapting, it's like learning another language when you're young. You're still going to pick it up faster than if you try and wait the whole time and then try and learn later. So with that, I'll yield.
Senator Gonzalez. Got 3 minutes.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Senator Zastro and those senators who spoke beforehand. Just reading through this right now, there's a lot of, not red flags, but just points of concern. And so, like, not to diss our seniors, but like, we are going into a very new session with a lot of new senators. And so I feel like changing this, especially like such a fundamental part of how we talk about bills, is something that we should look into further. And I don't like the idea of being like, oh, this is interesting, so like let's just go with it. I think we should take a lot more concern, and like Zastro said, it isn't something that needs to be done immediately. We can look at it next session. So with that, I yield.
Senator Searles, 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll just make this really quick. I think actually the point that we're going into the next session is actually a good reason to postpone this until then. And my argument is that I don't think that I should make a quick decision on this that's going to impact the next session. A lot of us are turning over. So they're going to go through this next session, them being some of you, able to understand it better, and then make the decision if it's something that they can apply to themselves more effectively and make the changes that they feel necessary. I am going to postpone it indefinitely. I do support the changes. However, I think that the next session should have the decision to make that. And for that, I'm going to postpone indefinitely, or vote to, and call the question.
There's been a call to question on the argument of postponing it indefinitely or not, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll do a placard vote. If you vote yes, you vote to postpone it indefinitely. If you vote no, which means that you want it to go back to the debate. Senators who are for postponing this bill indefinitely, please raise their placards now. High up, please. Senators against. Abstentions. Oh. With a vote of 15 to 10 to 1, the yeses have it. We'll postpone this vote indefinitely. Moving on to 2019-3-34Y, assigning responsibility for the online comment form. Thank you, Speaker Culbertson. With Vice Speaker Schrader.
Okay, so to the Senator Rinchy's question on the last bill, we want to make sure students have voices. So Shabam and I made this form to try and make it easier. It's really hard for students to come to our meetings and actually give their comments. And the students that end up doing that are probably not very representative. So we made this form that you fill out your name, your email, and what bill you want to comment on, and then you can submit a comment. And that way, the speaker will be responsible for it, and then we can distribute that internally. I don't imagine these becoming public record, but we can distribute it to senators so they know how students feel about bills, besides all the students that want to talk on bills having to come to open forum. And as well, beyond students, we have professional organizations that come in and talk about our bills a lot, and that's really hard on their schedules. They work an 8 to 5, and then they have to come here at 7. They don't know when their bill is going to be up. So this would give professional organizations or members of the university a way to signal that they actually support legislation without having to spend their nights here at Senate. So I think this is a great option for people to have to comment, but we need someone to be responsible for it. So Speaker Culbertson and I discussed, and we thought that the speaker would be the best candidate for that. So they would get the emails and would compile based off bill feedback, as well as would be responsible for updating the drop-down menu with all the active legislation at the end of every week. So I will yield to questions.
Senator Han Young.
Vice Speaker Schrader, will this specific form be also, like, will a link be available on the Contact Us page of the StuGov website?
We can make it so.
Cool. Yield.
Senator Johnson.
Okay, first I have a question. So the question is, will somebody still need to come and talk to us from whatever organization or administration? Like, will one person have to be here, or are we saying that no one has to show up and talk to us?
Yeah, for like finance bills and stuff, a member from the organization still has to come. So
Okay.
this isn't affecting that. This is like discretionary, like when YSS came and talked about the smoking tobacco bill, maybe they would have rather done an online comment instead of. But for finance bills, they still would have to come, yes.
Okay, I just think that having people come is such a good PR thing, because I don't think most of the university knows what we're about here. And so the fact that administrators and people have to show up is actually a really lovely thing. So I yield.
Senator Klein.
So I may be missing it somewhere, or you may have said it and I may have missed it. How will these comments be reported to the Senate when they are pertinent to the active legislation?
It does, I don't know. Right now, the speaker gets emailed a PDF of the responses. I imagine they would aggregate that, but I left it vague because it's a new form. We're probably going to change it around a bit. But yes, that is not defined, so.
Okay, thank you, I yield.
Senator Khan.
Don't just flood it with like ASCIIs of random pictures.
I know that's a Shabam question, but he did make it so you it tracks your mouse movement, I think, or something, so it knows you're not a bot. Because apparently there's a lot of bots that use our forms we have online. So he did make that, so there is some sort of verification.
Okay, but just let Shabam know maybe max amount of characters so we don't just have someone holding down an A key indefinitely. So
It's a good
with
idea.
that, I yield.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Mass.
I like this idea a lot, and I think too, just sort of to speak to the comment about how will the Senate find out about these, I could see us putting this within a shared Google Drive folder for all senators to look at, something like that where it's very easily accessible for all senators to look at before they vote on bills. So I think this is a really cool idea. The one thing is, obviously, just like the FCC or any other government body that accepts comments too, if someone requests them, they will be able to get all of these. So that's one thing to keep in mind. So if any of you on the live stream are thinking about sending in a bunch of comments, we are tracking your name and your email, and we will be able to find you, I guess. But, not necessarily us, but, people can look that stuff up. But yeah, I think this is a really neat idea. So, and since I see another placard up, I'll yield.
Senator Alucard.
So kind of piggybacking on the idea of making sure that we're having constructive comments being sent in, I do think it is important to perhaps have a reminder of the Iowa State University Code of Conduct as something that has been brought up in other parts of university and student life. Like the campus climate response team, we do have people abuse campus climate reporting system. There are people that abuse forms like this, and so even though there is no way to anonymously submit anything, I think it would still be important that if someone were to abuse this, that there is a reminder and a statement that they are held accountable for their actions, even though it's an online forum, and that if for some reason someone were to be harassed or something was to be said that is inappropriate, that there is a sort of chain of accountability. And on a not so serious note, I also do think that the PDFs that are then emailed to the speaker should be uploaded to the legislation or somewhere in the library, that if the public wanted to see who is supporting these bills, I think that would also provide an outside source of accountability too, that if you knew that your comments were able to be viewed by the student body, you would be a lot less likely to abuse that forum. And so to also have that as part of your form just explaining that this will then be added to our document library. It'll be emailed to so-and-so, just to increase that communication between members of the student body and then Senate, so that if we want to go see it, or if anyone wants to see it, they'd have access to it. And with that, and no other placards up, I'm going to call the question.
There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Advet? Yes. Olacard?
Yes.
Bender? Yes. Blair? Yes. Khan? Yes. Cobbleton? Yes. Donlinger? Green? Yes. Gonzalez? Yes. Han Young? Yes. Johnson? Yes. Class? Yes. Klein? Yes. Lipford? Ludwig? Yes. Mass? Yes. Orger? Yes. Rice? Yes. Rinchi? Yes. Rolling? Yes. Samanu? Schrader? Yes. Searles? Yes. Stanley? Yes. Toinette? Yes. Zastro? Yes. Dollinger? Samanu? 20. Dollinger?
Abstain.
24 to 0 to 2. With a vote of 24 to 0 to 2, this bylaw change bill passes. Moving on to 2019-3-31Y, preventing the prevalence of non-democratic practices with Senator Advet.
Right, so this bill is called PREN because I'm apparently awesome with acronyms. And all this basically, it's really short. You can, if you haven't read through it, it'll take you like a minute to go through it right now. What it basically does is, it's sort of just put something in the bylaws to say corruption is bad. Please don't do that. And some of the stuff in there is like, don't take bribes and don't vote based on who's paying you to vote or something like that. And then there's the stuff that's historically only applied to president and vice president campaigns, but the intent is to future-proof our bylaws and sort of bring that down to Senate with, like, for example, senators may not enter into a legal contract with any individual or entity regarding the way they vote. With that said, I'm happy to take questions, and yeah, if you're on the anti-corruption bandwagon, I'd love to know why.
Do you? Senator Mass.
I would like to start by formally stating I'm not on the anti-corruption bandwagon. But that being said, I think I like the intent of this bill, but there's a lot of technical language in this bill and a lot of standards that will need definition. For example, like, how do you exactly define a predefined pact? How do you define forcing votes? There's a lot of work that I think needs to be done on this. And under normal circumstances, we'd have Rules Committee look at this and iron some of these things out, but we don't really have the time for that right now. So I would rather we look at this as the next session begins. So with that, I'm going to move to postpone indefinitely.
There's been a motion to move to postpone this bill indefinitely, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, we'll move into a placard vote. Senators for postponing this vote indefinitely, raise their placards now. Senators against? Abstentions? The yeses have it. This bill has been postponed indefinitely. Moving on to 2019-3-27Y, clarifying election commission bylaws and operating procedures with Senator Advet.
All right, so okay, so this bill I actually spent more than 10 minutes on. And I can, okay, so this, no, for real. Okay. Again, great acronym. So what this basically does is we've had some confusion with the way election commission's bylaws have been written, and this just, essentially the intent is to strike while the iron is hot. I think if we wait until next session, people might forget about it, so just get it out of the way right now. It's fairly simple. It's just ask for election commission to publish weekly meeting minutes and vote totals, give verbal updates on EC meetings if they have anything to say, and states that the election commissioner is responsible for ensuring compliance with government laws. I talked to Commissioner Rizvik about oh, she's not here anymore. But I talked to Commissioner Rishvik about this. She has told me that Election Commission has full support for this bill. So, yeah, with that, I yield. Questions, happy to take them.
Senator Hanya.
For those of us who don't know, Senator Yvette, Senator Yvette, for those of us who don't know, what are Iowa open meeting laws?
Yeah, I think the way it works essentially is if you're voting on something, you have to. It's what the rest of all our committees follow. And does anyone have a better explanation? Cool, Senator Heasley.
Oh, no, Chief Justice Heasley.
Chief. Wait, he's not Chief Justice. Oh, Chief Justice Heasley.
Chief Justice Heasley.
Oh.
Like 5 minutes after we were all elected. I was good. Whatever. Let me answer Senator Advait's question, or I guess Senator Hanyang. So the open meeting laws is essentially you can't block people from coming into your meetings. TLDR. That's basically what it means. So like if you're voting on anything, you have to allow anyone who wants to attend that meeting to be allowed to attend. If I am correct in saying, I'm pretty sure I am.
Senator Hanyang, you still have the floor.
I will yield.
Senator Zastro. Senator Mass.
Yeah. So Senator, I'm going to ask you a question about line 24's ordered clause that talks about giving Senate weekly verbal updates on EC meetings. So I guess like my concern is that like, do we really need Election Commission coming every week to Senate and now being required to give us a report, especially like not during election season or when they just haven't had a case to report on or those sort of things. I'm just concerned about that, and I think in general too, we could maybe fulfill this better by saying that like they have to send out the minutes to the Senate or something like that. I guess just what are your thoughts on that?
Right, and this really is an outlier. I intended to ask, this was supposed to be on first read today. I was gonna put this through Rules Committee and have more discussion there. Unfortunately, that couldn't happen, so I guess we can have that discussion on the floor right now. Depending on how people feel about it, I'm completely open to striking that section off because I do understand Election Commission doesn't necessarily have something to report every week, and the reports are in there already, so. Yeah, if you'd like to make a motion, I'd be completely for it.
Sure, and noting already that they're now being required to publish their minutes presumably online, I'll move to strike lines 24 and 25.
Second.
There's been a motion to move to amend the bill and strike the second ordered clause. And there's been a second. We move into discussion. Senator Mass.
Question.
There's been a call to question on the primary amendment. There's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote. And there's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the primary amendment by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the amendment stands approved. Senator Mass. Senator Zastro.
Thank you. I remembered where I was looking at. So in line, it was line 28. Now it is line 25, where it says acts in a manner consistent with all government laws. I believe government laws is a term used in the bylaws to refer to specifically student government bylaws. Is that correct, Senator Schrader? So, Senator Advait, is your intent there to be talking about student government laws or state and federal laws?
My intent was to talk about student government laws.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure that that was addressed correctly, and I will call the question on the bill.
There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole, and there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into a roll call vote. Senator Advait. Yes. Alcott. Yes. Bender. Yes. Blair. Yes. Khan. Yes. Culbertson. Yes. Dodlinger. Yes. Green. Yes. Gonzalez. Yes. Hanyang. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Class. Yes. Klein. Yes. Klein. Yes. Apologies. Klein.
Still yes.
Lifford. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mass.
Yes.
Origer.
Yes.
Rice.
Yes.
Rinchi. Yes. Rolling. Yes. Samanu. Schrader.
Yes.
Searles. Stanley. Toinette. Zastro. Zamanu. With a vote of 25 to 0 to 1, this bylaw change bill passes. Moving on to 2019-3-29Y. It's Senator Lifford, Vice Chair Lifford. No, it's the Senator Stanley's bill. That big 30Y, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, do I have the floor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is a bill that will give us provisions for meeting in extraordinary circumstances. I wrote it with this situation, of course, in mind, but there's the language in here allows it to be generalized very broadly to other situations. For example, if you'll note the enacted clause at line 34, alternative mechanisms include but are not limited to conference calls and video calls. Clauses like that pop up throughout the bill. You'll see include but are not limited to that structure a lot. And that's just keeping things vague in a general sense so that we don't unnecessarily restrict ourselves. I would like to note that, let me see, the enacted clause beginning at line 27 specifies extenuating and/or extraordinary circumstances include but are not limited to closure of university facilities for a period longer than 2 consecutive days, or a state of emergency declared by the governor or the president. So that is primarily what we're dealing with here. And basically, I've sent this bill out to all of you if you'd like to read specifically what it says, but a TLDR, as our new Chief Justice would say, is that if there are extenuating circumstances, including but not limited to what you have on the screen, the Speaker may decide where and how the Senate meets, or in the case of a regular meeting, my apologies, in the case of a special meeting, the Speaker or President, whoever is calling the meeting, will make that decision. Unless, as you all know, special meetings can be called by a third of senators by petition submitted to the Speaker. In that case, the Speaker will decide where and how the meeting proceeds. So if there are any questions, I would love to hear them. But for now, I'll yield.
Senator Vett.
Right, so I do think this is a good bill, and I'm just going to call attention to the fact Senator Stanley said it had very general language, and that's exactly what I'm concerned about, because a part of me says this is maybe too general, and there's a few things in there that definition-wise I'm a little shaky about. Again, I haven't had enough time to go through this as I would like, but just something I thought. So I know we have to balance minority rights with, yep. Do you have something to say to that, Senator Stanley?
Yeah, so when I was framing this bill, basically minority rights are protected by quorum. You know, if our quorum is set at 2/3 of seated senators, so if you can't show up, you don't have to be there. It's not required. You won't receive a nonfeasance for not attending a meeting that is set forth under these provisions. That's the provisions protecting minority rights. I don't anticipate any issues, but of course, if you'd like to restrict it a little more, that's totally fine with me.
Yeah, I yield.
Senator Mass.
Yeah, so I get there's a lot of broad general language here, and that's partially intentional, because when you don't understand what circumstances exactly this might be called under, because it's supposed to be kind of a jack of all trades just in case we need to use it. But in general, I think it's pretty clear under an extenuating circumstance, we'll meet via a conference or video call is pretty much what it is. There's safeguards that the Speaker has to make that decision. There's safeguards about that. I think we have to be very careful that we don't want to let this just get used for everything. We don't want to move to a system where the Speaker is just willy-nilly deciding, okay, we're doing a meeting online, because I think there's a lot of real value to all of us being here in person. But under unique enough circumstances, I think it may be warranted to do these sort of things as well. My one concern with the bill is that I want to make it a little stricter, because the current language says "or under a state of emergency declared by the governor or the president." State of emergency kind of gets used a lot for a lot of things you don't think it should be used for anymore. We're currently under a state of emergency from the president about the Mexican border. We're currently under a state of emergency. We've been under states of emergency about floods. I think Vice Speaker Schreier is about to inform me about some state of emergency that's like 30 years old or something.
The governor of Iowa has declared a state of emergency about the propane shortage in the state of Iowa.
There's an example. Yes.
I worked in the governor's office. It's a huge problem. It's just not relevant to student government or how we meet or anything like that. So like that's why the language is so broad. I think Senator Mass's point is that farmers not being able to dry their crops or heat their homes in the winters is a huge problem in the state. It doesn't necessarily impact student government.
Yeah. So like I appreciate that, and I just think that language is too broad. So I'm going to move to strike the part about the state of emergency from the governor or president.
There's been a motion to strike. Oh, you just. Vice Speaker Schreier just doing just by themselves. But there's been a motion to strike the highlighted words that are highlighted on the screen. There's been a second. We move into discussion, Senator Mass.
Yeah. So I mean that's my reasoning on that one. If there's a big enough emergency that Iowa State is already not meeting for 2 days in a row, and we had a Senate meeting during that time, then I think I can trust the Speaker's discretion enough during that. Adding an "or the state of emergency," I think just gives a little bit too much broad power. So I'll call the question.
There's been a call to question on the primary amendment. There's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a placard vote, and there's been a call for unanimous consent. Are there any objections in approving the primary amendment by the way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, the amendment stands approved. Senator Mass.
Yeah, and that's my primary concerns with the bill. Advait, I know your concerns about it being broad in general. I think it needs to be broad in general because we just can't foresee the future. So that's it for me. With that, I'll call the question on the bill.
There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole. And there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Advet. Sorry. Senator Alucard. Yes. Bender. Yes. Blair. Yes. Khan.
Yes.
Colbertson. Yes. Dollinger. Yes. Green. Yes. Gonzalez. Yes. Hanyang. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Class. Yes. Klein. Yes. Lipford. Yes. Ludwig. Yes. Mass. Yes. Orger. Yes. Rice. Rinchi. Yes. Rolling. Yes. Samanu. Yes. Schrader. Yes. Searles. Yes. Stanley. Yes. Tonet. Yes. Zastro. Yes. 26. With a vote of 26 to 0, this bill passes. On to the last bill of the session, 2019-3-28Y. Election Commission bylaw updates. With Vice Chair Lippert.
Yeah, I got the last bill of the session. None of you else. None of you can take that away from me. Anyway, so this is basically just ensuring that like privately funded campaigns get their money back if they don't use all of it, and all the money that the public campaigns use get thrown back into special projects. And this is all that. It's just not right now in the bylaws, and this writes that out. So pretty simple.
There's been a call to question. Hold on, Senator Zastro. No one has seconded that bill, so. There's been a call to question. Is there a second? There's been a second. There's been an objection. Do you withdraw? Senator Zastro. What's
Finance
up?
Director Mueller, it looks like you have a comment on this bill.
Well, I didn't know you were going to call the question, so I apologize. But this, yeah, so we met with Chase and Emily. Privately funded campaigns, currently, they weren't, the at first they told them that they couldn't have their money back if they didn't spend all of it. I thought that that wasn't fair because I didn't want Election Commission to make money off of campaigns. So by the account closing at the end of the fiscal year and coming into our special projects account, that would just make fines go into special projects, which seems fair that we are benefiting from the fines. And then student government or election commission is not benefiting off of fining campaigns. So that's clear. We wanted to put this in the bylaws because I didn't want election code to be able to decide that they, like the election code to decide they didn't want to have the fines come back to us because they could easily just use that money throughout the fiscal year. So with this in there, hopefully that doesn't happen.
Finance Director Mueller, do we have jurisdiction over Election Commission's account?
So they are kind of. So I cannot tell them how to use their money specifically, but I can close the account to us because I still can see their account, but I'm not the treasurer. So they're one of the only account like that.
Okay, so it's fine that we're putting them under Section 12 instead of Section 11?
Yes.
Okay.
They're just a weird account, honestly.
Okay, I yield. Call the question.
There's been a call to question on the bill as a whole. And there's been a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote. Senator Advet. Senator Alucard. Yes. Bender. Yes. Blair. Yes. Khan. Yes. Colbison. Yes. Dodlinger. Yes. Green. Yes. Gonzalez. Yes. Hanyang. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Class. Yes. Klein. Lifford. Yes. Ludwig. Yes. Mass. Yes. Orger. Yes. Rice. Yes. Rinchi. Yes. Rolling. Yes. Samanu. Yes. Schrader. Searles. Yes. Stanley. Yes. Tonet. Yes. Zastro. Klein. Zastro. Yes. Oh, yeah. With a vote of 25 to 0 to 1, this bylaw change bill passes. Closing announcements. Madam Speaker. She asked for it.
I did. I'm sorry. I asked for two for a good reason. Okay, so at inauguration, we were going to do Senator of the Year. We were going to have you all vote beforehand and then reveal who got it at inauguration, but that's been canceled, obviously. So I'm sending an email now for you all to fill in the name of who you think should win Senator of the Year, and then I'll announce it during my actual closing announcement. So I just sent the email. Make sure you vote. Thanks.
Did you, Madam Speaker, did you email everyone? All right. Please maintain calm. Did everyone get it? Well, whoever, all right. Senator Mass.
Well, it's been a year, so I just kind of want to take a moment and acknowledge just like a couple people who I've just like seen this year and I've just been very thankful for. So first off, I want to thank Rules Committee for getting my heart rate up for 2 hours last night as we debated the convoluted process for how we were going to call a special meeting without 48 hours notice that we no longer need. So thank you guys for that. But honestly, it's been a great year working with my fellow Rules Committee senators, and I really appreciate all the work that they've put in. We freak out sometimes about meaningless issues, but that's okay. It's kind of We care a little bit too much about Roberts sometimes, but that's okay. And, you know, sometimes we just decide to go meet somewhere else to make the speaker late for our meetings, and that's okay as well. But honestly, it's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed working with everybody in Senate this year. I've been able to work on some bills that I definitely did not foresee coming. I've been able to work on a couple things, just a couple big things. Thank you to Vice Speaker Schrader for court reform, because that was a big thing that we definitely needed. And I thank everyone for working with me, especially too, you know, even when we disagree, you know, but wanting to work together to try and do what's best for the students. I disagreed with Jacob here on some big issues in court reform for about 3 months, but you know what, we hammered them out. And you know, I'm just really proud of all the work that we've been able to do. Thank you just to everyone, because like I said at the first meeting of this year too, it really takes special people to want to come here every Wednesday night and donate 2 to 5 hours of your time on a Wednesday, every Wednesday. And you know, I'm really looking forward to this upcoming year, but I mean, this is now the end of my second term on Senate, and every time, you know, it's hard getting used to the fact that there's a bunch of these people who will not be in the room here in 2 weeks. It's very different, but you know, thank you all for all the work that you've put in, and won't forget any of it.
Senator Rowling.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to not just completely fall apart here, but I'm a sympathy crier, so I really wish I could have found student government earlier in my college career. I found my way here through many twists and turns, and I think the one thing that's really special about this organization as a whole is that once people are in this room, they get a bug and they stay. It doesn't matter how they get here, as at-larges, as just coming for protests, anything along that lines. People come to Senate and then they stay. I think that shows what's really special about this organization, and we should always, when we're in this room, remember that. I really believe that StuGov's best resource by far is its people, and all of you here have made me feel very welcome over the time I have been here. A few are now off on their big kid jobs, so like Anseth, Wyatt, y'all have a great time. But thank you for what you have done for me, for being friends, for hearing out my crazy ideas, anything along that lines. I admire everyone in this room. You all are the movers and the shakers of this university, and you give me a lot of hope as we move forward. I could point out and sit here and thank each and every one of you, and just thank you for seeing things that I didn't always see in myself. I'm not leaving Iowa State just yet. I have one more semester to go before I leave, but that doesn't mean my time with StuGov is quite over yet. I will be around somehow, some way. You can't get rid of me that easy, but please don't be a stranger. I yield.
Vice Chair Lifford.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. These past 2 years have been amazing. I really kind of just went on a whim and told my friends to vote for me the spring of my sophomore year, and it worked. And so I came into this room, really didn't know what was going to go on, was a little scared, and it's just changed my life and changed my college experience for the better. And being able to work with all of you is just amazing, so thank you.
Senator Class.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for passing annuals. I don't know, that seemed like an important thing to say. No person in particular. But I mean, thank you obviously to like the people, the older people, the people that are leaving, the people that are coming back but are more experienced than I was. And like Finance Director Madison Mueller. Thanks a lot. I yield.
The older people? We're not old.
Older.
Come on. Our beautiful Senator Tonette.
Hello, everyone. Once again, it's a happy Wednesday. Hope you all had a great meeting. So I am a graduating senior. It's my last semester. It also took me a long time to get to student government. I was an at-large last year. And the only reason I knew about that position at all is because I lived right next to Austin Graber my freshman year. So he was like the first friend I made at Iowa State. And so I texted him, I was like, dude, what's going on with student government? And I was like, what are you doing? I think he was a finance senator at the time. Yeah, so he literally gave me chairs and their contact information. I just emailed him and I was like, put me on your committee. And so that's how I'm here. Yeah, this has been a good time. I guess mine's gonna be a little more preachy as I'm going out, not in like a religious sense, I guess, but like, remember why we all came to student government. I found in the year that I've been here, a lot of people are really hyped about the debate. They're really hyped about one-upping each other, really hyped about kind of being petty in a sense. And that always really bothered me, because that's not why I came to student government, and I don't think that's why what anyone should take out of this. So I came to student government because I love Iowa State. I love all the students here. I've had an amazing time while I've been here. And I think that the goal of us in student government should be to ignite that joy in everyone else here. So, you know, we're still going to have our debates. There's still going to be people having differing opinions. But I think at the end of the day, just remember, it's not to argue with each other. It's to come together and make Iowa State lovely for everyone that goes here. And yeah, I'm moving to Seattle after college, so I'm hoping this whole coronavirus situation gets a little better in the next 2 months before I move out to Seattle, so that's a little horrifying. But yeah, and I guess you all know I love my debates, so there's a debate on Sunday night. It's just gonna be Bernie and Biden, so old white dudes yelling at each other for 2 hours. It's gonna be a really good one, so watch that one.
Senator Advet.
Right, so great point, all of you. I'm sure there's a lot more great stuff coming up. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for putting up with me over the past year and whatever was left of me tonight. I'm just really stressed. Don't worry about that. And if over the past year, I really tried hard not to, but if I've ever made any of you feel bad or hurt or even just disappointed, I'm really sorry and know that I never meant it. Much love to everyone. And yeah, seeing that this is pretty much the last meeting of the year, it's been real, folks. To everyone in this room, thank you so much for everything. This has easily been one of the most interesting and illuminating experiences of my life so far. I think this has really helped me grow as a person. I never thought I'd be able to come into a room full of so many people and even talk. And just everything. It's all been awesome. So thank you so much for everything. I'm really going to miss the Senate, and I'm really going to miss all of you. Stay in touch, please. That's all. Thank you. Have a great night, everyone.
Senator Searles.
All right, just want y'all to know that all lectures programs are canceled March 23rd to April 10th. Yeah, everyone's really happy that lectures are over, I guess. I don't know. I thought they were a great program, and I'm really sad to see them go. I know that we didn't really debate it all tonight, but thank you for passing the Land and Access Act. Those are two big projects that I've been working on, and they're big projects, and I know we kind of breezed through it all, but those were my two biggest projects this semester, other than probably centering my employer, which is still fun. And then speaking of that, my employer, just thanks for the semester. This is not how I expected student government to go at all. I was kind of like, okay, we'll come in and do a couple projects maybe and kind of dip out. But I'm really glad that the semester went this way, which sounds weird. I'm not glad the things happened that caused this, but I think it's been important for us to have these conversations and to gear ourselves for having these conversations. That being said, in the future, I would like us to think about how we're having these conversations around race, inclusivity, diversity, issues on campus, making sure we're checking ourselves, making sure we're checking the language that we're using, the actions that we're taking, and how we can build an environment that is inclusive for everyone. And I'm going to say it again, I've said it before, rules is not the most important thing you're here for. That's my opinion. You can boo at it. You were elected here for a reason. It's not because you know Robert's rules. Most people have no clue. This is not to one person. There's been too many times that we get stuck in Robert's rules, and quite honestly, I think it's been one of the most disappointing parts of this Senate session. I'm not going to make this all sugary because it's the end. We have a point in being here. Robert's rules is for efficiency. Our point is to be effective. Don't get convoluted in the meaning behind it. If your efficiency is getting in the way of being effective, then you're not doing your job. Keep that in mind going forward. That being said, the rules are important. You have to keep them in mind. You have to follow them to a point. But don't hold that before serving students. That's your job. That's been our job. And this semester, we've had wonderful opportunities to do that. I'd like to thank you all for being a part of that. That's been awesome. So also, I did want to add, if you had questions about the Land Act or the Access Act, I know that there were placards up before we voted. Just come and talk to me. I'd love to talk about it. And if you want to get involved next year, there's going to be further things needed for that. So thanks for the semester. I'm out. Enjoy Iowa State. Don't get sick.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you all for this experience. When I came, I thought that I would just be the awkward person, 20 years older than everybody else, who would, I really, really didn't believe that this would be a life experience for me, because I was kind of cocky like that. However, this has been a life-changing experience for me. So thank you for your inclusion and for being the kind of humans that you are. Please keep doing what you're doing, and Robert's rules will serve you for the rest of your life. I'm just saying, I've been doing this for a long time. I love all of you and could not be more thrilled to walk away from. I waited much longer than most of you for student government experience. And I will be better for forever because of it, so thank you.
Senator Klein.
Yeah, so to be honest, my placard was mostly up for a lectures update. I feel slightly stolen from, but you know, it be like that sometimes. Well, no one else on Senate gives lectures updates. Okay, I feel like it had to be done.
Yikes.
Yeah, no, not to get caught up in the sentiment. Goodbyes suck. Group chats are forever. Deuces, y'all.
Senator Olcott.
Like, the only way to follow that is like with a mic drop, and I'm not going to do that. No, we will not do that. We can't pass funding bills for those things. Anyways, so kind of both sappy but also not sappy. This has been a really awesome experience. Traditionally, there hasn't been a vet med senator in student government. I think in the past, I think GPSS told me it was like 10 years since we had like a consistent senator from CVM in student government. And by consistent, I mean like they were elected and actually showed up. That's also been a thing apparently in the past. But I don't know if you guys read the Iowa State Daily. A first year was actually inspired to run as a write-in and received 108 votes from her classmates, which is like unprecedented considering our class sizes are 125. And so there will be 2 years in a row for the first time in like 15 years, CVM senators, which is really awesome. So be nice to Clara. She's awesome. She's also a DVM MPH student. But I think it's really important that even if you don't realize the moves that you're making at this university, other people are watching. I was literally approached like the day before elections and she's like, hey, I'm running as a write-in. I'm like, awesome, that's great. And then to read that she did so well, I won with 5 votes. I know that that sounds ridiculous, but that's literally the representation that CVM had. They didn't care, they weren't invested. And yet, as the year has shown, we do care, we are invested, we're a part of the community, and so it's really awesome to see that there is continuity. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I decided to not run because as a third year I'll have life patience. So it's actually awesome that first years are seeing this so that in their second year they'll have the time and space to be able to commit all that energy. And so I'm just really excited that hopefully student government will always have a CVM senator. And if not, they'll at least know that they do belong in this room with you guys. So thank you.
Senator Khan.
Hello. Okay. Hey, y'all. This was a very great experience for me personally. I'd like to thank Jacob Schrader for sort of getting me involved in this because I was always wondering what made him so grumpy all the time. But I've definitely enjoyed my time here. I hope y'all have enjoyed me being here. Obviously not enough to get me reelected, but whatevs. But I'm hoping I can still be involved in student government to some extent in the upcoming session. And that being said, multi-factor authentication, it was delayed. However, as someone who's in computer engineering, I can tell you the importance of it and activating it. Just because you have to like text yourself every so often to get updated on it doesn't mean it's not important. Because once they crack the one password you use for everything, then they're going to be able to crack everything else. So with that, stay rad, y'all.
Too soon for Senator Khan to be a soon Senator Khan, former Senator Khan. Senator Gonzalez.
Okay, so I kind of have a lot to say because I do. So I just want to say that I was definitely a baby freshman, didn't know anything about Iowa State, and I want to give a special shout out to Jacob Ludwig. Literally made my dreams come true. I always knew I wanted to be on student government, and he made that happen with my best buddy Patrick. Hey, yeah. So a special thanks to him, because without that opportunity, I would have never gotten to experience this whole year. I've had a chance to interact with each of you on an individual basis, and that is something that I will never take for granted. I made it a mission of mine to get to know each senator and person in cabinet and person in student government, sorry, at-larges. But other than that, because I knew that this organization meant a lot to many people in the room. And so I also want to say that I have been constantly inspired by the women in student government throughout the year. Senator Kate Alucard, I mean, like she said it herself, went from 5 votes to 108 votes. I think she has a lot to do with the fact that CVN became a lot more. It's okay. I'll wait.
Good evening, Memorial Union guests. Our building will be closing in 30 minutes. Please start making your way to the exit. We will be open tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you for visiting the Memorial Union.
So anyway, I think that she deserves a lot of credit for that, for the work that she's done, especially as a first-year senator into this. Carrie Ann, I always see her around. I love her so much. Just such a friendly face. Caitlin, you already know, girl, with women in STEM. I'm not going to special shout out like every woman, but like, you know who you are. The 2 women that ran for like presidential campaign. Amazing, inspiring. And so through the ups and downs, it's definitely been like a difficult year this year, but I'm glad that I've gotten to experience it with people who have experience and who know what they're doing in student government to guide little young ones like me. I can truly say that I was able to find a home in my first year alone in student government because of each of your beautiful faces. I'm talking to you, Tony Tonette. And so I really want to just truly from the bottom of my heart thank you, because I don't think that my transition into my first year would have been as smooth if it weren't for each and every one of you. I'm so excited for the future and what the people who will be staying here will do. You guys have honestly left big shoes to fill and a legacy that will remain many years, many years after you guys have gone. And I can't even look at her, but I just want to say a special shout out to Kelsey because stop it right now. I'm smiling through the pain, but like it's really sad. Just because she's been literally the best mentor this year. I appreciate her more than she'll ever know, and I think we should all let it be known to her that she was the best student government mom for all of us. Very high key. And love her so much. So just thank you all from the bottom of my heart for letting me experience this for my first year, and I'm so excited to continue your guys' legacy these next 3-4 years. Thank you.
Senator Hanyang.
Okay, 3 very quick slightly not related things. First of all, stream Iowa State singers on Spotify since we don't have any more concerts. Second of all, when you're traveling out this break, please keep in mind, again, stigmas associated with COVID-19. Anybody can be a carrier, not regardless of their race. Just keep that in mind. Third, everybody, please thank the stream techs because they're the ones who keep it running. And I really hope that that from what they're watching too, they're able to learn, because I know that's one thing that I took away. All right, emotional time. So speaking of stream, I have said this a million times. I started out just watching Fly on the Wall, watching debates and circular talking and arguing, and be like, why would anybody want to voluntarily subject themselves to this when they're not getting paid for it? And so my first impressions of student government as like this freshman, sophomore, like punk, were like, this is dumb, it's bureaucracy, I'm not into politics, I'm not into student affairs, I don't like this stuff. But then you start meeting the people. They have to make hard decisions. And that is what gets you in. And I think that's one thing that I've really seen and I've really appreciated about this year. Everybody has their own set of like morals that they come in and things that they want to do and things that they're so important about, and they bring it to the table every single week. And it's so cool to see that. Nobody has the same view on the world, and I think that that's incredible. Not only do we have diversity of gender, race, ethnicity, et cetera, you also have diversity of ideas, and I think that's important. I'm so glad that we're here like late all the time, which I know sucks, and like homework and stuff, but it's so cool to see that, because we live in such a fast world of just information and saying yes to no to everything instantly, but to take the time and deliberate the things that we're doing, that's something that you're going to take with you to your jobs, to your families, et cetera, and it's going to pay off. And all of you are against racism. Kate Alucard, Ian Searles, Alex Klein, who's not here anymore, everybody who was a part of that, everybody who spoke, you all inspired me to take more pride in my identities. I wouldn't have been able to join that and really say, yeah, I can be a voice for students who are underrepresented if that had not happened. And that urgency and that gut in your heart, that feeling in your heart that I'm not doing enough, what can I be doing? That's something that you all inspired me, and I'm hoping that I can continue to do that even when I'm like 40 plus. Mariana Gonzalez and Patrick and all the people who joined in the middle of the year, y'all are rock stars. Y'all seriously picked it up, and little shout out to Mariana for getting seated on PR and immediately just being like, I'm gonna take this role and I'm gonna make it so great. And it's incredible to see. It's incredible to pick y'all's minds as somebody who was relatively new to this too. Morgan's not here right now. Lydia, Jacob, thank you. I said this at the end of last week's, but thank you for a very well, clean run campaign, because this was something I was so concerned about. And seeing the toxicity that can come from student government elections and the fact that that's a thing haunted me, honestly. And so thank you for that. I'm really proud of what y'all do. Iron sharpens iron, and Schrader, I'm sure that you will continue to do that, and I hope that I can be that resource for you in the future. Lydia, I love you. Jack Bender, he's my brother. We did stuff in businesses here. I'm really excited to see what you're gonna do in the future. And any senator who's here, slash like Dawson, for example, or like, or is watching the stream or will be incoming, I'm so proud of y'all, and y'all if you're returning, and what you're gonna do next year. It just inspires me and makes me push to become better. Finally, I will be joining the 5-year club next year for Iowa State. And so I think it's appropriate to shout out, and I'm also not gonna look at her because I might cry, and I don't cry. Kelsey, I've known you the longest out of anybody in this room. And obviously I didn't know you in this capacity. I knew you in like, cause you did band and I did choir, and we sometimes like hung out at show choir competitions way back when, but never in a million years, it's like the Paul Rudd meme where it's like, look at us, like that sort of thing. I never would have imagined this would happen, and I'm so proud of your maturity and your leadership and you being mom, and it's so crazy to think about. And I hope to have that level of both calm and collected and still making sure that everybody's cared for primarily, because that's so amazing. Austin and Vish, Austin's not here right now, but y'all also super inspired me. I don't think I would have run for Senate if it wasn't for talking to y'all about this before. So, okay, I'm done. All right.
Senator Zastro.
All right, so thank you guys. I have had personal and meaningful interactions with just about everybody in this room, and that is something that I never would have believed I'd be saying if you told me that I'd be saying it a year prior to now. We've done some really great things this year. We have passed resolutions that sincerely matter. We have funded projects and clubs that involve lots of students in lots of different ways. I think we should remember that we're not done. For those of us coming back next year, we'll joke about having completely solved all the problems on Iowa State's campus. That's not true. We have done the best that we can do, but there's more work for us yet. So for those of you coming back next year, look forward to that. Plan, be prepared, and be ready to do something about the problems that you still see on campus. For those of you not coming back next year for any reason, it's been really great having you in this body. Everybody here has made a meaningful interaction to Senate. Everybody here has made a contribution that has changed some outcome, that has changed minds, how they think about one another or a piece of legislation. Thank all of you for doing what you do here. A few specific congratulations. Chief Justice Heasley, way to go. To our amazing chair, Vishesh Bhatia, very nice job this entire year. Thank you for putting up with all of the bylaw waiving and secondary amendments. Also, to a lesser extent, our chair Culbertson for a couple meetings. And I don't specifically remember it, but Schrader, if you ever chaired, nice job too, probably. 1 minute? It was an excellent minute. So just to reiterate a point, make sure that you're staying healthy over break. Keep washing your hands. Use Handy Sandy. Just keep care for yourself over break because, I don't know, you all matter to me. So care for yourselves. So, yeah, it's been a great year. Thank you, guys. I yield.
Senator Green.
This is like crazy to me. I didn't think that I would get emotional, but I'm pretty emotional. Okay, one sec. We're good. We're done. Okay. I originally got involved in student government. I had a class with Emily. She told me to run because I think at the time there were no LAS senators, and she was like, you'd probably be good at this. So I ran. I was really apprehensive because obviously you hear about how cliquey student government is. But as everyone previously mentioned, you're all, like, it's infectious to be here. You all inspire me so much. I've learned something from all of you. Thank you specifically to Kelsey for all the encouragement. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Jacob and Morgan, for the amazing campaign, for pushing me to be better. Thank you, Josh, for literally so much. Someone please have a party so we can all hang out one last time, at least. And like, I want to tell all of you individually how amazing you are and like what you mean to me. But also, I want to say to anyone who is thinking about running for Senate and who is scared to lose, don't be scared. You're going to get told no a lot more times in life than you're going to get told yes. And the fear of like having potential and not getting to utilize it should be more important than losing. So don't let that deter you. Thank you all for everything you've done. Wow.
Senator Ludwig.
To confirm, lectures have been canceled. Canceled due to pandemic, which is unfortunate. But I have a little bit of good news. We're losing some lectures, but there's a bunch of lectures online. So those 2 weeks, when there aren't lectures, you can go online and watch old lectures. Over spring break, not going anywhere because the virus is everywhere, lectures are online. You're just getting bored anytime, lectures are online. Go online, watch lectures. I will rep lectures till the day I die. Not gonna cry. But I wasn't gonna cry. I just want to say thanks. We've done so many awesome things this year. I don't know, when I graduated from high school, I didn't think I really had a path. I didn't think I was going to find a place for myself, and I found that here. That's Schrader's fault. I'd like to put the blame entirely on him. I wasn't going to run for Senate. He talked me into it. I was thinking about a cabinet post, and he told me that was dumb. No offense, cabinet. No offense.
It's going to come bite him.
But it was one of the best decisions I've ever made. I found a home here. One of the first, I came to a couple Senate meetings before I got elected, but one of the ones I went to was this Cry Fest from last year. And that's when I knew I was hooked. The community here is just so meaningful, so amazing. So I'd like to thank Schrader for hooking me on this. I'd also like to thank Kelsey for just being so positive through the whole year. It was just putting up with all my shenanigans and everything I want to do. Deep in Mass for being rules nerds with me, getting really obsessed over the bylaws. But obviously the bylaws aren't everything, and we did so many other things. There's a quote I like from Margaret Mead. It's, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, dedicated citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." And, I don't know if we changed the world, but, we did so many awesome things. We did I Love Ames, solar lighting, women in STEM, court reform, Heroes Week, and so many other things. The list is longer than I can count, but I love you all. Thank you so much.
Senator Dollinger.
This is weird because I don't talk, so give me a minute. I don't even know what I'm going to say because I didn't even realize it was our last meeting until the second to last bill, and then it hit me. So I'm going, I don't know. I don't have anything written down, but I got involved at the end of my sophomore year. Beginning of my junior year, I wish I got involved a lot sooner. Every single person in this room and every single person that I met last year is so incredibly smart and inspiring. Everyone on UROC for getting through this year with me leading you. I didn't know what I was doing. I don't know. I didn't know what I was doing. So it was really nice to have y'all have my back. I don't know. I can't even look at this side of the room. Deep, Noah, Kelsey, and Fish. And Schrader. Okay, you too. And Schrader. Okay, but, yes, you too, but. Thanks for everything. I'm so lucky that we got so much closer this year. And yeah, I don't know. I'm so proud of everyone here. Keep up the good work.
Senator Stanley.
Thank you to everyone for what we've managed to do this year. I think, during my first closing announcement at the start of the year, I said that our first mission was to serve students, and I think all of us have done an excellent job of doing that. So it's been 2 terms since that I've been in Senate, so I want to take the time to thank some people directly that have become, I would say, personal friends of mine, and who both will and won't be coming back. So first, to our excellent, great, stupendous speaker, Kelsey. You know, I like to talk in philosophical things a lot. It's kind of a meme. What is your ideal blank? One of my favorite questions. But when I think of what it means to be just fundamentally good, just a good person, I think of you. So thank you for being, I guess, that example to me, that light that guides my path. Jacob, Vice Speaker Schrader, you were my inspiration to join student government. I heard what you were doing in Senate our freshman year, and I said, oh my God. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Take the time.
Good evening, Memorial Union guests. Our building will be closing in 10 minutes. Please start making your way to the exit. We will be open tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you for visiting the Memorial Union.
You're welcome.
All right, I will continue. Our freshman year, I heard what you were doing in Senate from IRHA, and I thought to myself, I want to be a part of that. My freshman year, I approached it with the mindset of I want to go mess things up, except I probably would have said something a lot worse. Yeah. So I've always seen you as kind of a rival, as someone whose achievements that I strive to attain. So thank you for being, I guess, the person who I can cross swords with and to hone my own skills. And I look forward to working with you next year as Vice President. To Sydney and Noah, thank you for being my left and right hands in Senate. I know I wouldn't have had nearly as fun of a time in it this year without both of you. I don't thank former Senator Wyatt Shy for a lot of things, but one thing I will credit him for is the chance to meet both of you and to really get to know you and to see what you'll do in student government this year. Congratulations, Chief Justice Heasley. I very much look forward to seeing what direction you take the court in and how you approach that. It will be a joy and an honor to work with you as well. And Sid, I know your interview for grad school went really well, so I very much look forward to reading your thesis one day and seeing just how far you've gone along that path as well. I'd also like to thank my mentees, Senators Tonet, Ludwig, Zastro, Origer. I want to thank each of you, and Senator Bate. He's like my unofficial mentee. I want to thank all of you for not only putting up with me, but also for teaching me what it means to be a mentor and what that means as well. And it's actually funny that I come to that point because there's something I'd like to address, and that is, I would say, to apologize to all of you. This year I would say I've put too much of an emphasis on how rules have gone, and partly that's been, as kind of a charade, kind of an act, to be like the big demon in the corner who yells at people about Robert's rules all the time. But I think now we can drop that since this will be our last time together. So I want to apologize to all of you if I have come off as, a bit aggressive, a bit condescending at times. Please know that that really wasn't my intention. I know at times it seems like this year I haven't been willing to learn from all of you. And I can definitely see that in the way that I've acted sometimes. And so I apologize for that as well. And I just know that I will approach this next year and this next term with much more open-mindedness and with much more of a willing to learn and understand from all of you who will be here, who will be coming back, and all of the people who will be here next year, wherever you are in the ether. So with that, I'll yield.
Chief Justice Heasley. Mike.
All right, so firstly, thank you all for electing me to the court. I'm very, very happy to be on it and proud to say that the rest of the justices decided that I would be good as chief, so that's cool. And then I suppose the fact that Speaker Culbertson is getting 2 of these is a little unconstitutional, so the court and I will have to look at that at a later date, though, so we'll let it slide for now. Thank you, just in general, for everything. You've all done great work here. This is the only time I will condone circular debate is by all of us congratulating each other for the wonderful things that we've done here. And then just a couple special shout outs. Thank you to all the returning senators for making me more comfortable. I never saw myself as a returner, and I had no idea how I was going to handle that, but you all made that much easier of a time, and so I thank you for that. Josh, thank you for always also saying move to consider as read. That was something that I was really worried about this second session that I've been in. So I'm glad I could pass that on to you. So thank you for that. And then, of course, Sid and Deep, thank you so much for everything. You guys have become some of my greatest friends, and I never would have had that without student government. So just in general, good job, everyone. Thank you for everything. Stay gamer.
Finance Director Mueller.
Thank you all for letting me be your finance director. I know you didn't let me. Austin and Vish actually appointed me, so you didn't really have a choice. Also, I was the only person that applied, so it wasn't much. But honestly, there's not a more positive, selfless duo to work under as Austin and Vish. They have worked so hard, and I don't think people see nearly the amount of things that they do every day. God, they were in and out and in and out and in and out all day long. I don't know how they did school because they were constantly running back and forth, and they just worked so hard. So thank you very much, and thanks to my finance committee. You guys are wonderful. Thanks to my originals, Caitlin and Lucy and Travis, so thank you. I joined finance committee 3.5 years ago, so it's been a really, really good run. And thank you to Matthew and Mason and Jack, my senators. You guys are going to kill it next year, so I'm so excited. And thank you guys. If you ever need me to spend money for you, I've got you. Let me know. I'm really good at it by now. So I hope I can find a job that is this fulfilling when I graduate. So thank you.
I heard SSC is hiring. I don't know where to start. I was not expecting this to be the last meeting. I expected a special meeting tomorrow, but just looking at the pace that we went, I mean, we passed 19 bills tonight. That's a big number. With 2 bills postponed indefinitely, so. But just looking back, I did not have confidence in myself sitting up here. And being able to tell myself that I will be able to chair this meeting. So thank you to everyone for believing in me. And believing in yourself, that you can still come every Wednesday at 7 p.m. and not know when we're going to end. And sit through circular debates, me gaveling on you time to time, and making this a better place, not just for yourself, but for your peers. And for the peers
that will be coming in the near future. You've set the platform for people to build upon. And make sure that you know that you're the one who set the platform. No one else did it for you because you are the one who has the name on it. So take credit for it. Don't let others take credit for you, what the work you've done. And I would also like to thank that side of the table. These are my two arms. One is the Senate and one's the executive. And both of them stretch me time to time. It's been real great to be a chair, but be at the same table as you all. That's one thing that I'm taking is I'm blessed to share the same table with you all. Because you're just, not just great people, but you have great souls. I hope God bless you all. With that, Vice Speaker Schroeder.
So I guess we're gonna go past midnight. You can shut the stream off. We'll help clean up, but we're going past midnight. Sorry. I just want to say, I started making a list of everyone that's impacted me in student government, and then I realized it was 50 people long. Starts with Cody Smith, and it's not ended yet. So I'm just going to thank my parents instead, who have watched over 60 Senate streams, including when we did them on an iPhone that was just rotated, and if you were next to the iPhone, you just couldn't talk because they got picked up by the camera. This is a marked improvement. But I think something that they picked up on, or they said, I was talking to them, and I mentioned I was hanging out with Zach, and they go, "You like Zach?" They just watched the Senate meetings, and they just figured we hated each other. But Zach's like my best friend in Senate, and I think that's just an example of why I love this organization and why I'm happy to be a part of it, and why I'm so honored to be a part of it for the next year. So I could have spent all 4 years at Iowa State, and it will end up going probably close to 90 Senate meetings here with you all, with different people, and every year I get to meet the most amazing and inspirational people at Iowa State, and I don't think I could do that justice by naming everyone because that list is so long. So thank you all, and yeah, I'll give it to Kelsey.
Madam Speaker.
First, I'll do this part first because this is super exciting. Senator of the Year, if I could get a drum roll, please. Senator Ian Searles. So congratulations. We will get a little tag ordered, and so your name will hang up in the Senate office forever. Sure. Okay, but anyhow, I'm gonna try to get through this and keep it audible. But sorry. So StuGov has been my home for the last 3 years, and I never would have ever thought that I could have found something so wonderful. My story is I came to college really empathetic, and I really didn't care if I helped out at all. I could have cared less what happened to any of you. But then my junior year, I joined student government, and that just completely changed everything. I've met so many amazing people, and like I said, I found a home. I know that so many people are afraid to join student government because it comes off as cliquey, and I get that, I do. But every time I've come here, I have just found more and more family. My rules nerds, who I love so much, even though they drive me so crazy sometimes. You're all amazing. I look back at this year, and we actually got through all the bylaws, and we made a constitutional change, which is like the coolest thing ever. So I hope you're all really proud of yourselves for that. All the women in StuGov who I love so much, and you all just inspire me to just fight for what's right and speak my voice and not be so scared sometimes to talk, even though I am. the siblings that I found, like Ludwig and Mariana. I love you two so much. Crazy people that I have to tell not to play with scissors, like like Jack and Mass. I love you two so much, but please be careful next year. Jacob, my partner in crime, I wouldn't have wanted anyone else to sit by all year and try to figure out if you're angry or cold because you're shaking. Yeah. Vish, hearing that you didn't have confidence in yourself just surprises me so much because you came up to me after that first Senate meeting and you were so sweet to me, and I just knew in that minute everything was going to be okay, that we were going to get through this year no matter what. So thank you for that. These past couple weeks have been kind of hard, just because I've almost felt like weirdly disconnected and stuff, and I couldn't figure out why that was. And then it just kind of hit me one day that it was like the best thing that I could ever be feeling, because it meant that you all were ready to move on, and you were ready to take on whatever was going to come to you next year, and that maybe I'd actually kind of done my job and got you all ready for what was coming next. So I just want you all to know that I'm so, so proud of you, and everything you've done this year, you should be proud of yourselves. And I'm crying so much because I love you all so much, and this has been easily the best year of student government for me, and just thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please stay in touch. None of you will bug me if I hear from you next year. I will be very happy to hear from you, but also I'll be around the office because I still have a lot of stuff I need to do so I don't leave you all in the dirt when I go. But seriously, I love you all so much, and thank you so much. Go Cyclones, and move to adjourn.
Anybody who's not